morning, everyone. Welcome to our fourth day of our annual Professional Development Institute. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How have you been? Blessed? All right. What else? Tell me. Talk back to me. How have you been? Great. Miss Winifred, how has it been? Great. You're so happy to be here. All right, good. I'm happy to see all of you. I'm sure you've been having a really fine time. We're on our fourth day, one more day to go, and then it's all over. I'm sure you're going to miss us. Talk truth. You're going to miss us? Huh? Okay. All right, I'm happy you've been having a good time. I'm happy it's been great. And my honest prayer is that after you leave here, that all you have learned will follow you, and it will make you a better person in so many ways, a better parent, for those of us who teach, a better teacher, a better leader, a better person within our communities. Wherever you go, let all that you have learned follow you, and may it impact the lives that you touch. All right? I know all of us here are leaders in one way or the other. We can't escape it. Yeah? Am I right? No matter how simple you think you are a leader in some kind of way, even if it is to one person. So always remember that, and always aim to be impactful in whatever you say and whatever you do. So as you learn from this phenomenal PDI, go back with it and impact the lives that you touch. All right. So, in the words of a proud, happy mama, remember we're in the parenting track, right? And this mom says, being a parent is amazing. And then it is really hard. Have any of you had that? Those hard days being a parent? I certainly have. And then it is incredible. And then it is everything in between. So hold on to the good, breathe through the bad, and welcome the wildest and most beautiful ride of your life. And you know, throughout this week, I've had some honest, tear-jerking moments as I've heard parents express their hearts and where they are and where they hope to go and how they yearn for the best for their children. And, you know, it's just heartwarming to know that we still, despite all that has been happening in our country and in our world, we still love our children, don't it? We still love our children, and we want the best for them. So let's continue to pray for our parents, pray for our children, and let's hold each other up. That is so important, you know? And that's what brought me through my hardest years as a mom. Friends who held my hand, who lifted my head up and reminded me that I'm a mother for a reason and that God trusts me to be a parent. So same thing for you. You're a parent because God trusted you to do the right thing by your child. So always remember that. So we're going to look at our program for the day. First, we will start the morning with learning without limits, ensuring every child has access to education. And at 10:30, we will talk about empowering parents to support every child's right to education. Then we will break at 11:30 for lunch. And when we return at 1 o'clock, we will talk about the role of families and communities in investing in early childhood. And at 2:30, we will talk about nutrition. So now, as we go into our first session, we will talk about learning without limits, ensuring every child's access to education. And this workshop will look at access to quality education, which is not a privilege, it is a right. Remember our theme? Grounded in the principles of equity and inclusion. This workshop will explore how our teachers can break down barriers to learning and create environments where every child, regardless of ability, background, or circumstance, can participate and thrive. This workshop will examine systematic and everyday obstacles that hinder access, from physical and sensory barriers to curriculum, rigidity, and unconscious bias. And you see that thing called bias? I've heard it so many times, where we look at our children and we look at where they come from, who their families are, what communities they come from, and we just write them off. And we just decide that, you know what? Nothing good can come out of this. Listen, I know it's not I'm not the speaker, but as a child growing up, I remember a teacher saying to my father, Nikki will never amount to anything. I don't know why she said it, because I was her top student. I couldn't understand it, but afterwards I said, maybe it's because I was so compliant, and I tried to do everything exactly as she said. She probably thought that I was too, those people who are a bit too people-pleasing. Maybe that's what she saw in me. But look at me now. I amounted to something, don't it? Wouldn't you say? All right. So don't you ever look at a child. You might not say it out loud, but don't you even dare to think that that child will not amount to anything. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. All right? It's not your place. So, as we welcome our speakers, my time is up. As we welcome our speakers, we have with us Miss Colette Kane and Miss Gail Hunter, and they are both from the George Brown College, and they also have affiliations with PACE Canada. You guys know about PACE Canada? Okay, and haven't PACE Canada been very kind to us? Okay, all right. And I would also like to mention or give a shout out to PACE Canada. They are the sponsors for our ladies so that they could be here with us and speak to us today. And so we truly, truly, truly appreciate that all that PACE Canada does for us and all that they continue to do as they do more than just the annual support to the schools. They also send us persons to support us and remind us of our roles and responsibilities. All right, so shout out to you, PACE Canada. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so ladies, welcome. You're welcome.
Good, I heard that we were good, which makes me feel really positive. It's a nice way to come and start our morning seeing smiling faces, and that's what we want the children to see when they walk in the door, right? Those smiling faces, the warmth. So today we're going to be talking about learning without limits, ensuring every child's access to education. So with this presentation, I've noticed the time we've run behind a little bit, so we are going to go through it a little bit quicker than anticipated, but we are going to give the slides to the ECC so that they can share them with you as well. And then any questions that you have, we'll be more than happy to answer them afterwards. Okay? Yeah, Gail's the clicker for a little while. So Gail, can we go back to the first one, please? So we're looking at Article 2 within the Convention of the Rights of the Child. Gail, thank you. Don't touch it. In essence of the article, it states that discrimination against children based on race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national, ethnic, or social origin, property, disability, birth, or other status prohibits any form, okay? So, of any discrimination. So I want you to think now, reflect back on your ancestors or your grandparents. In their generation, who were the ones that received education and why? So can you turn to the person beside you or the person in front of you just to think about, okay, my ancestors, my grandparents, out of the generation, who was the one that received formal education? Okay, I hear some talking and I see thinking happening. It's an intense question, and it really makes you think back to the rationale. So can anybody, or is anybody willing to share their conversation that they just had? Perfect, thank you. Do you want to stand up?
Good morning, everyone. When we grow, this generation, we are the one who, get more education than our grandparents. What they focus on then was being at home, taking care of the children, but now we are given the privilege to go and execute, achieve, aim towards our success. Thank you.
Anybody else want to add to that? Okay. So when Gail and I were putting the presentation together, we were both thinking about the grandfathers, or all the men in the family. They were the ones that were given the education, right? The women were to do what? Stay home, right? So I know when my parents were raising my sisters and I, it was like, we want to give you more than what we were given, right? We want to make sure that you get an education because we didn't, or your grandparents or other ancestors didn't. So look at where you are today. Who pushed you to where you are in your family? Yourselves. Some of you are saying yourselves. Some are saying your mothers, right? Your parents, right? Because they wanted to give you more, right? So when we look at the children that are coming through the door, whether we're looking at the race, whether we're looking at gender, whether we're looking at political sides, it should mean nothing, right? We should be looking at the individual and wanting to give the individual more.
Just thinking about the ancestor question, I have to say that my ancestors 3 generations ago didn't have the honor or the privilege to go to school. Being black folk, we didn't have, my ancestors didn't have it. They were slaves, and therefore they didn't have that. I have it now. My parents had it in a very limited way, but now my son is completing his PhD. It's something we need to do in order to move forward. And I think it's really important we recognize we're standing on our ancestors' shoulders. I know I'm standing very tall and trying to make them proud of me. So it's something that all of us in this room need to take in mind, where we came from and all that our ancestors went through for us to be here. Not to harbor on the negativity of it, but I think we as individuals need to carry that with us, and that's how we're becoming so strong, amazing, and educated. Sorry, now I'll change it.
No, that's okay. And I just want to add to what Nikki had said about having that teacher that looked and said, you're going to be nothing, right? You had to prove that person wrong, right? Sometimes a thought like that triggers us to want to do more, other than people who are passive and saying, you did such a great job, I'm so happy you're here, because then we become complacent, right? And we just go with the flow instead of challenging ourselves. So as the ladies in the back were saying, they were the ones that pushed themselves to move forward as well. So everybody needs to have that drive, but you have to have people behind you that are there to support you and be your cheerleaders. And in the early years, who are the cheerleaders? The parents are the cheerleaders, peers are their cheerleaders, and the teachers as well. So when we're looking at barriers, what were some of the barriers that prevented your ancestors from getting an education? Money. Sorry? Resources, right? Rights, right? A lot of the families, the children had to work the land, right? They didn't get to go to school. So we have to look at the bigger picture, and again, we can't use our own personal biases. We have to look at each family, each child as an individual, and try to understand their situation. Okay, that will remove barriers. Okay. Okay. So do you want to do this one?
Thank you. I'd rather talk without a mic, but so thinking about this slide, what is it telling you? What is it telling you? What are you seeing? What are you seeing in the one on the left-hand side?
Just looking at the picture, I can see a football match taking place,
Yes?
but there are 3 persons watching, but one is unable to see anything at all. That's the one sitting in the wheelchair. So, and the other 2 has to climb up on a box to watch the match. It says to me that they're not even able to afford it to go into the match to be a part of it.
Exactly. Very good point. That's very a good observation. What else?
Okay, I see opportunity there, but and on the left there are 3 equal size boxes or something, but equality does not equate to equity, because the younger or the smaller children, the one in the wheelchair, the one is slow, need something more to be able to have the same amount of access that the taller one has.
Well said. So exactly, this is what we would call equal. So when we're looking at children, oh sorry, someone else?
Yes, good morning. So the box on the left has 3 individuals, but one doesn't have the resources for that person to see the football match over the fence. And the one on the right, the one in the red doesn't have any box. He's tall enough to see over the fence. Where on the right, the one on the wheelchair now, he's more equipped with a ramp, so he's able to see the match and able to enjoy the match as everybody else.
Exactly, well said. Really good observations. So the first one, actually, what it tells us.
What I'm seeing is that there's a barrier, and not everybody is able to overcome that barrier. Not everybody gets the opportunity to. While some do have it, not everybody is able to.
Exactly. And I'm going to hold the comments at this point. Thank you. You're absolutely right, everybody that has contributed. In the first box, we do see that they're being very equal. They're being equal, ensuring each child gets a box. However, that does not take in including everyone. So what it's doing is it's eliminating the young one that's in the wheelchair. When we provide what is needed for each child, so what it means, we're meeting the children where they exist and where they stand, what they're capable of doing. So when we do that, what happens is we provide the ramp, as you've identified, as well as 2 boxes for the little girl, and the taller child, well, they didn't need anything at all. Now they all have the same, they can see the same thing. So we've made it equitable. So thinking about being equitable, our educational system needs to be equitable. We all learn differently at a different pace, at a different time in our life, and our abilities vary. Some are seen and some are unseen. So we need to be equitable. The only way you can be equitable is to be able to do observations, acknowledge where those children are standing, and meet them where they are standing. So I'd like you to take a few seconds now. How many of you have experienced feeling left out of any situation? Share an example with someone close by. Then we will take 2 examples once you're done. Please, you have 1 minute. Okay, you have about 2 seconds left.
Gail's 2 seconds are longer than mine. We're going to pull it in, and would somebody like to share with us when they felt a time of being left out?
Okay. Okay, in my situation, as my partner and I were discussing, she related an experience in which she felt left out when she didn't have the proper clothing. Her mom being too poor, she didn't have proper clothing to attend a field trip, so she felt a bit left out. My experience was not having the funds to go on the field trips at school, so you're always getting left out because your parents were poor.
Where's your mic? Where's your mic?
It's okay, we'll take one more person and then I'll get my mic. I was just saying that's an excellent example of one of those areas where often children are excluded. Excellent one. Another one? One more? No? There we go. Oh, we have one in the back. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So, feeling out of the situation. When I started college, I have a problem with language. So for me, I have to work 2 times harder than the rest to catch up with the class. So it was difficult and challenging to fit in with others. So that was the experience for me in getting, and it hindered me from passing my exam in college at that time. So I had to resit the exam during that process.
Thank you for sharing. And that's an excellent example also of many of the struggles of our children. And if you had the correct supports, you would have done it so quickly without your brain trying to figure out how to do it. And so, you know, and children with learning disabilities, which that is, tend to be much higher intelligence than children without a disability. What makes it challenging for them is they have to process things differently, slowly, or maybe just a whole new way. But they have the intelligence, and in fact, often more intelligent. And we have many of our children that fall into that category, either not having the resources or not being seen as valuable because they're not thinking the same way. And we call that type of thinking neurodiversity. So we do have individuals who are neurodiverse.
Gail, we also just had 2 really strong examples of one that was a visual example of this child doesn't have the appropriate clothing to go on a field trip. So as the adult or a peer, I'm looking at you and I'm like, right? Like, look at this person, they don't have the money to do this. And now I've already started thinking negative thoughts, this person, right? Then we have another example where we can't see the disability or the language delay, and so we don't understand it. So we just think that that person's just great, she's a positive peer, interacting, not knowing that we need to meet the needs differently. So 2 great examples of how we have to look, observe, and listen to what's actually taking place in the classroom, be it with a child or a parent. So we have a number of slides, but we're going to go past a lot of them because the conversation is really rich and we're learning from one another. And that's exactly what we need to do when we're in the classroom and when we're talking to families. So inclusion. What is inclusion? According to Article 2, it encourages inclusivity by forbidding discrimination. So we've already talked about that in the first one. So now this is supporting it by saying that there needs to be safeguards. It's the right of the children. And that's what this whole conference has been about, right? Education is a right, not a service. So enabling those from varied backgrounds, including those with disabilities or other marginalized groups, to enjoy the advantages and protections provided by the convention. So if we go back to the two examples, and I want you to think for a second of the children that you have in your classroom with you. How many of those children have you already created a story about that may or may not be true? I'm not going to call it a bias, right? I'm going to call it a story. Do you have them in your head? Can you think of those children? Right? I can tell you when I first started in the field, many, many years ago, I had a child that would come in, the clothes were too small, had holes in their shoes, and the parents always came in well dressed. So right away, I had an assumption, right? That the parent was more important than the child, right? Wrong assumption. That parent was important because that parent needed to make a living for that child. The expectation in their job was that they had to dress for it. I didn't know that they went to neighbors, that they went to repurposed clothing stores to get their items, right? So they were paying very minimal for what they were wearing, but they looked great. So it was a personal judgment on my part. And until I got to know the family and understand where they were coming from, I didn't know. So then once I understood it, I was able to do things differently. So we made sure that we started asking other families to donate clothes and shoes that their children had outgrown, and we had our own little garage sale, right? It was just come and help yourself. So there was no judgment on any family because now we were repurposing clothes and other items, and nobody noticed that those families really needed it. Okay? So it was a turn of events for me. So again, barriers, right? We're looking at barriers. We tend to have our preconceived notions that may or may not be right, right? There's people out there in the world that are probably looking at us with a preconceived notion. May or may not be right, right? Lack of time to include them in activities and social circles. Others may ridicule or stare at children with physical or mental challenges, right? How many times have we heard that child is sick in the head? It's a very common saying here in Jamaica, right? That person is sick in the head, right? If you had a family member who had a mental illness, would you want somebody to say that about them? No, right? So again, it's understanding the rationale and the purpose. Often school curriculum, as Gail had mentioned, doesn't always meet the individual needs. It's the collective group that it's meeting. Not always a good learning opportunity, as we heard from one of your colleagues who had to do things a little bit harder and twice over, right? If you've got that child in your classroom who's struggling, what do we tend to do? Sometimes we'll help them, right? If we've acknowledged it. Other times we think that they're causing trouble, right? So then it's time out up by the teacher's desk, right? It's like, sit down, sit down, sit down. You know, that person's in your face rather than you taking that observation and wanting to help them. Yeah, and you complain to the parents, exactly. You know, Colette, she can't sit still in the classroom, right? She's always asking questions. She's interrupting everything, right? But you don't really know Colette then, if that's what you're thinking, right? Because that's my cry for help a lot of times, and we don't recognize that with the children. Lack of knowledge can hinder our planning to create an inclusive environment, how we approach a family or a child, right? Sometimes when we've got that child that's challenging, that parent doesn't want to hear it, right? Because that parent is dealing with that at home as well. And the last thing they want is for you to say, oh, Colette was nothing but trouble today in the class, right? Because what's going to happen? Colette's going to get in trouble with the parent as well, right? So now it's a double dip. Okay? We need to find ways, we need to understand, right? So our lack of knowledge as educators, it's the resources, it's the lack of training that we've been given. You may have taken a course on special needs or how to speak to families. When you're in the field, when you're in the classroom, it's so different, right? Gail and I were, when we were putting the slide together, she says, oh, but Colette, you know, you've got the understanding. And I said, but that one course in school didn't give me the skills that I have today. It's that lifelong learning that I had to do with the parents and the children, right? So it's that lack of knowledge and ability to meet them where they are in the beginning. So what's important? Fostering relationships with families. Okay? We will not understand the child until we get to know the family first. Right? And it doesn't have to be, you know, like tell me your life story because you're only just learning more about that family from day one. But you don't want it to be a surface conversation either. Right? It's just, oh, how was your day? It was good. Oh, okay, thanks, bye. Right? As educators, you've paid to be where you are today, right? So you should be seen as somebody who has knowledge, somebody who can understand what a family is going through, but you have to break down your own barrier to do that. So I'd like you to take a second and just kind of reflect. Identify methods or strategies. Gail, you lost it. Lost it. Okay, well, we'll stop for a second. Think of one strategy that has been successful for you in building a relationship with the family. That challenging family that you have at your school, what's that one strategy that you've been using to build a relationship with them?
We can host workshop, get the parents involved. Also, you can have parenting sessions where you have different activities where both teachers and parents communicate together and playing games.
That's great. Getting families to understand and work and learn with each other, right? Build that community within the school. Another strategy that you may use.
One of the things that I've used is for when children are caught doing good things, I will take little pictures and send home with commendation so parents can start feeling good about their children.
That's great. But what if it's a child? So now I'm going to challenge you. What if it's a child that never does anything good?
Well, I've never met one of those.
Excellent, because you've looked for something, right? There's always something that you can find about that child, right? Might not be today because they're driving you crazy, but it could be tomorrow, right? Exactly. In Gail and I's previous workshop, we talk about that everybody comes into the room with a strength, right? It's our job as the educator to find that strength, okay? So you have a family, though, who's really struggling, right? It's that family that you want to talk to that never shows up, right? What kind of strategy will you use to engage them so that they'll want to come into the school and they'll want to come into your classroom? Home visits, right? Telephone calls, right? Those parents are the ones that need to be reached out to more than anybody. They're the ones that need your time, right? Everybody says we don't have enough time in the day, which is true. But if a child is that important, you need to make the time, right? We're talking a lot about children. What if it's that parent that has a visual disability or a quiet disability, right? The child needs help because their parent is the one that's being looked at when they're coming to drop them off, right? Or being made fun of. You know, your parent has a cane. Your parent has a limp, right? Your parent only has one eye. Your parent can't hear, right? We've all experienced one or more of those in our centers, in our schools. So how do you, as the educator, encourage children to be positive towards the adult? That's a tricky question. So I want you to think about that as you walk away today as well. Positive relationships, it's all about taking time, really listening, right? When you look for that friend, don't you want somebody who's going to listen to you? When you have your low moments, when you have your high moments, they're there to celebrate you. They're there to be your cheerleader. That's what parents want. They want you to be the cheerleader for their child because nobody else is going to do it during the day because they're not there with their child. They're expecting you to do it. Positive relationships, they need to be genuine, right? They can't be surface. Just because they're there doesn't mean that I just, oh, hi, nice to see you, and walk away, right? Knowing that you're standing there looking at me to spend a bit of time with you. They need to be positive. The minute somebody comes in with a negative comment, how easy is it for us to jump on the negative train? Right? It's so much easier to go down that road than it is to bring somebody and turn it around and make it a positive. You have to be open and accepting to what you're hearing. Again, it has to be honest, sincere. You have to be empathetic, right? You will not know what that family is going through unless you're going through it yourself. So again, you have to hear and understand and recognize what they're going through. And you as the adult in the room have to be the approachable person, because parents don't want to come to you because they don't think that they're going to be accepted. So again, it's just being the authentic self, offering real opportunities to be involved. Work with the skills of the family. They know what they're dealing with, so they're your best learning tool. Go to them and seek out what they have to offer. Okay. Now we're talking about the classroom, being a creative, inclusive, supportive. The only way to really do any of this is to do observations first. Right? Your classroom should be set up so that anybody with any ability can walk into it. It shouldn't be set up and then once they're in, you have to rearrange everything for them. Okay. So it's always good to have a colleague come to your classroom with you, look at it from a different perspective. If you're working with 3-year-olds, a lot of them like to be on the floor. Sit on the floor and see what the classroom looks like. If everything's up here and they're on the floor, what are they learning from it? Nothing, right? You have to bring everything down, right? Can I do this? Okay, so when I'm standing over you, do I feel warm and welcoming to you, or do I feel a little bit like a threat? It's intimidating, right? And you feel like a threat. Those little people, they look up for you and you're giants in their world. So you have to bring yourself down as well. Not only the furniture and the materials in the room, but yourself. Okay, good. Right? Never thought that way before. Yeah. It's when I set up rooms with my staff, we always sit on the floor because that's the majority of where the children are spending their time. And we put things under tables. We'll put paper underneath the table so that they can lie on the floor and they can do coloring. It's a totally different visual, right? Yeah, try that and see the outcome that you get with that. Okay. Teaching strategies to be inclusive. Alter your speed. As Gail was saying, sometimes you have to slow down the conversation, right? We have so many things to do in a day with a child, so many transitions that take place, that sometimes it's overwhelming for us to keep up with the schedule. Can you imagine if you're 4 years old, right? You're just starting to do your work in your book. Oh, got to put it away now. We got to go wash our hands because we got to go outside. You finally get outside. Oh, now we got to go inside. Wash your hands again. We got to get ready for lunch. Right? How many transitions take place in a day? 10 to 15, right? You open at 7, 7:30, 8, and you're closed by 2, 3, depending on the school. That's a lot of transitions for a little person, right? So think about slowing things down. Utilize your space, right? Do you need all the desks in the room? Not always, right? Children can do things on the floor. They can do things outside. So again, look at your classroom with a different lens. Adjust the rules. We were talking the other day about have Fun Friday. So what you typically do in the morning, you do in the afternoon. So you swap it, right? Because there's nothing than monotonous routine day after day, right? And the children need sometimes to have things just turned around a little bit. Okay. Gail? Thank you. The benefits of engagement, positive outcomes for the children, right? They reach achievable positive outcomes. They develop strong positive sense of self. Relationships with peers are positive, and they become role models with each other. There's pride in their family. They're an active member of the community, and they learn to use their voice, right? Again, how often do we teach children to shush, right? No talking right now. Teachers talking, right? Whose voice should be more important? The children's voice, right? The children will learn the curriculum, whether you stand at the front of the class or you don't. They're gonna learn it. We're there to be their safety net and to help guide them, but ultimately they will learn curriculum in their time at their pace. The benefits for the practitioner, for you. Don't you feel empowered when children are listening, when they're engaged, when they're excited, when they come in the morning and they want to see you, right? It makes you feel good, makes you feel like you're doing something right. That sense of belonging with the community. How important is it for you to be connected with families? To look at the community, right? Using your resources and what they have to offer. Being respected and valued, right? When you talk to families or people in the community and you speak to them with knowledge and you're talking about child development, you're going to be seen differently. You're not going to be the auntie that's down the street in the school that's taking care of my child. Right? The family benefits, through engagement, we develop stronger practice with them, and family relationships that enhance the children's learning and development, which leads empowerment to all. Right? When families feel secure, children feel secure. Right? Who's creating that safety net for everybody? The teachers are, right? You're the number one. Okay? Again, more empowerment for families. It gives them insight into their own child. When you come in and you say to the family, tell me about your child. What are their strengths? What are areas that you think they need to work on? It's so easy for parents to go to the negative. My child doesn't know how to read. My child doesn't know their numbers. My child doesn't know their colors, right? My child can't skip or hop, right? But what can your child do, right? Because we lead with strengths first, right? Because strengths will develop, okay? Getting started, what do you need to do? You need to open the lines of communication, You need to see yourselves as the partner, and you need to recognize that the families have the information that you don't have. Okay? Ask the right questions, right? Again, going back to what can your child do? Tell us about their strengths. Take time to listen to one another. That's so key, right? Recognize that you have knowledge, but you don't know everything about that child, right? The parents are the first caregiver, we're the secondary. Okay? And that's just a continuation of it. When all parties recognize that each child comes into the world as a unique individual influenced by their environments and their relationships, when we all maintain open communication, they are ensuring the common goal is the best for the child or the children. Okay, what do we know? What have we learned this week? Access to quality education is not a privilege, it's a right. Okay? And I think that that's something that we really need to stay focused on and recognize that we're here for the children are not here for us. If we leave at the end of the day feeling good that we made a connection with one child, you did something great that day. Right? If you walk away at the end of the day and you say, well, that child or that the children today just drove me crazy, right? I was unhappy today, I didn't get anything done, then the children were there for you. You didn't go to school to have the children there for you. You went to school so you could be there for them. Okay. And that's it, thank you. I think we're on time. Close to it. Any questions or anything? Yeah.
Go back to the slide that you had skipped.
Okay. Can you go back 2 slides, I think it is, Gail, the one with the principal and the parent on it? Yes, this one. That one, yeah. So, as I was saying, families are the first and most powerful influencer in their child's development, right? They are their cheerleader, one way or another. Right?
Families can destroy school by what they say to their children. You know, for some families, they sometimes destroy their children's experience in school. They say negative things about the teacher at home, and sometimes their children come in expecting to be received negatively, because they discuss teachers at home with their children, which I oftentimes say to my parents, you can know the children whose parents are discussing the school and the teacher in a negative way at home, because when they come, they expect teachers to not be nice, not to like them, because of the negative things their parents are at home saying about the school and about the teacher.
You can't make everybody happy, right? But the parents that are speaking negatively about you are because they're not feeling that their child is getting the attention that they deserve. A lot of times, right? And so it's like, how do you turn it around? It goes back to building those relationships. If you don't have the relationships from the get-go, it's just not going to work, right?
So in regards to that, how do you build that specific relationship with the parents from the get-go?
So for me, it's really important as I'm the manager of the child care center that I'm at, so similar to a principal. It's important for me to welcome families into the center, take them and introduce them to the educators that are in the room with their child, right? Then we get to know the children. Then within that first week, every educator sends something home that's positive about the child, right? Because now you've made a connection. It could be the smallest thing to, Gail came into this classroom today and walked in with her peer, right? Typically, maybe Gail's a skipper or a runner, but now I've said she's walking in with a peer. That parent is going to feel really good, right? Because nobody's ever said anything like that about Gail. So you always want to find, like we were saying, that one little thing, okay? Colette offered to wipe down the whiteboard today, so she was a helper. You send it home. So as you were saying, you send home pictures of when they do good things. But if I'm in a class, if I'm a parent of a child in a class of 20, I know your numbers are bigger in some schools, but typically 20, right? 18 of them keep getting these pictures and they're sharing, oh, did you know that Gail did this and Gail did that and Colette did this and she did that? Oh, really? Oh, I've got nothing about Nikki, right? Then Nikki's parents are gonna come in. They're either gonna be really angry with you for not sending something, or they're gonna wanna know what happened, right? Yeah, I didn't see my child's picture today. What happened, right? So a good mental note for me, or a visual, is I used to write down all the children's names in a book, and I would write something about them, an observation that I made in the first couple of days each week, and then I would send a note home about that, right? So that by Friday, everybody was covered off. Yeah. One last comment or question before we say goodbye? Sure.
Good morning, everyone. There is a child at my school. When she came in September, she just sat down. She wouldn't play, she wouldn't talk, and even when she comes in the morning with her bag, she doesn't find her seat. Teacher had to say, Destiny, go to your seat, put down your bag. And that has been going on until about January, when we had a parenting workshop at school, and I was glad that the mother came. So I went over to her and asked her what type of child Destiny is at home. She said, Miss, Destiny chat, Destiny play. I have a shop, and Destiny knows everybody who comes to the shop and argue with everybody who comes to the shop. But I said to her, that's not the child who Destiny is at school. Destiny doesn't do anything. So I asked her, what did you tell Destiny when she started school? Miss, I told her that when she got to school, she must sit down and behave herself and listen to teacher. And that's exactly what Destiny did. But then I said, you'll have to change Destiny back to the child that she's supposed to be. And she went home and she talked to Destiny. And from that day until today, Destiny don't sit down. She is always over the place, running up and down and chatting like all the other children.
Thank you for sharing that. That's a great story and example. Everybody wants something from the children, right? And then when you get it, what you've wished for, you kind of like, ugh. It's like when babies start to walk around, and then when they start to talk, it's like, oh, just 2 minutes of silence would be great, right? Just 2 minutes to sit down. So, but how long it took you to build that relationship, to hear that message. If you had found that out in September, Destiny would be teaching the classroom for you by now, right? So thank you, everybody. Gail and I hope that you've learned something, that you've got a takeaway at the end of this, and we wish you all the best for the remainder of the school year and then moving into September.
Give them a bigger clap than that, please. All right, excellent job. I love how we were able to, make our own reflections and think about, what our experiences were. We looked at our grandparents and what their experiences were. And so we can understand what our students, our children's experiences are. now, right? You know what? I'm going to tell you what my takeaway is, and then I want two people to tell me what your takeaway is so that we can thank Gail and Colette. So, one thing that really stood out to me is parents want us, the practitioners, to be their children's cheerleader. Think about it. When you send your children to school, don't you want the teacher to be your child's cheerleader? Don't it? Okay. So why would we think that our students, their parents don't want us to cheer on their children? Don't. Right? All right. Tell me now, what is your takeaway? Who wants to go? Who wants to tell me what really stood out for you? Remember, I told you, you better listen and learn, because we want you to go back and impact your society. So I want to know what you are going to take back with you to impact your world. Yes.
Hi. So I like the part. Good morning again. So I like the part where you said that we can put the pasty papers under the table and allow the children to just lay back and relax and draw what they feel at the moment from down up. Thank you.
Yeah, man, so you're going to do that when you go back to school. That's right. And one more person here.
Good morning. My takeaway is that I normally try my best to give positive reports about the children, but I think it's like anecdotal, where at the end of the week, then I'll really meet my parents and let them know something good that their child have done. And I think that's really great. I really like that.
All right, great. So see, there we have it. Our teachers are going to go back and they are going to impact their world in a strong, strong way. So ladies, I thank you. Well, I'll thank them and then thank you. Thank you, audience, for being so involved. You want to say something more? Okay, yes.
I just want to say that when I go back to school, I will definitely start leading with positive talking to my parents. I would want to withhold some of the things that really, children are doing a lot of things that are negative at times, but I'm going to withhold some of it now, hold back some of it, a lot of it, and just speak the positive things, because there are always positive things that we see in our children. Because sometimes when they're having problems at home with the children, you are piling on more problems, telling them how dangerous and difficult their children have been. When they go home, they just feel defeated, and they don't want the child even to be around them. So when I go back, I am thinking of even the smallest thing. I'm not going to say to parents, because I realize how it impacts them and make them feel about their children. So I'm just going to lead out with lots of positive.
I am glad you just spoke. I am so glad you didn't keep that to yourself. Thank you so much for sharing. Colette, Gail, thank you so very much. Change starts from in our hearts. And I think you just gave us the opportunity to search our hearts and make a decision, or make decisions, as the case may be, to change our hearts, make a conscious decision to think differently and act differently. So we thank you so very much for opening our eyes and opening our hearts to what is truly, truly important. Thank you, ladies. All right, so now we are going to take a break. Mrs. Cargill, can you tell me the time, please? Right, but what time is it now? Oh, it's just 10:09. We resume at 10:30, so that means that we have a 20-minute break. So I'm going to encourage us all to to just take your break, take a bathroom break, and come right back, all right? So see you guys soon. You don't want to get up. everyone. Welcome back. How has it been? It's been good, huh? All right. And this morning's session was really good. We had some heart-searching moments. We have had change of hearts, change of minds, and so we're going to continue the day and see how we can empower ourselves to go back to our communities, to our schools, to our homes, and impact the lives of those around us. Do I have your commitment? All right, great. Love to hear that. All right, so moving on to our second session. Our title is Partners in Learning, Empowering Parents to Support Every Child's Right to Education. So look, since morning we've just been talking about our children's right to education. And we want to be sure that our families are a part of that. Parents play a vital role in shaping their children's educational journey. This workshop will equip our parents with practical strategies to foster early learning, advocate for their children's educational rights, and build strong partnerships with educators. This workshop will also focus on ways to create enriching learning environments at home, support diverse learning needs, and navigate challenges within the education system. And our guest speaker, Dr. Donna Wright. She's an international consultant, researcher, and a professor training pre-service teachers. She has developed initiatives for general and special education. She currently serves as the Early Childhood Special Education Specialist and the Department Chairperson for the Department of Development and Special Education within the City University of New York's college system. She has also served as a School of Liberal Arts Student Learning Assessment Coordinator. Previous to this, Dr. Wright was the Educational Director for Sparks of Genius Museum School that received a proclamation from the President of the Borough of Brooklyn in New York City. Also, she was a developmental educator helping to improve adolescents and adults' literacy and numeracy skills. She has presented at conferences in the US, Jamaica, and Africa. Among her distinctions are her contribution to research on the science of reading from the International Research Association and an Education Tech Award for pioneering technology to teach literacy from the United States Black Congressional Caucus. She is the UN NGO administrator for OMEP. Of note, she was the 2019 keynote speaker for Disability Awareness Day in Jamaica, West Indies. Dr. Donna Wright has a wealth of knowledge, some of which I wish I could just bottle up and just take with me and just pour it on me so that I can just use it for some of those things that I need to do. So, at this time, I'm going to welcome the dynamic, knowing much, our special Dr. Donna Wright. Welcome, Dr. Wright. We anticipate learning a lot from you today.
I have to breathe. Whenever they say all these things, I am humbled. I am not really impressed, and I will tell you why. Because I consider myself a teacher, so I'm not going to be on this stage. I'm a teacher, and I am a researcher. That's who I am. All that other administrative stuff, I do. But I don't necessarily smile or laugh when I do it. When I work with children, when I work with you, I smile, I laugh, I'm like, okay, this is wonderful. So let me tell you what we're going to do today. Have a look at my notes now. We're going to do a couple of things. We're going to talk about children's rights. We're going to talk about how you can support children's rights. But I know from working in Jamaica, you already do. But my session yesterday talked about professionalism. And I said that in terms of teachers, but no one can teach you how to be a mother. Even if your grandmother's around, even if your mother's around, because every child is different. And your child is not you. I always have a joke at my house with my husband. Anytime they do something that's ridiculous, fortunately, and you have this on tape, I say, I don't know where this child got this from, because clearly it wasn't my genetic pool, right? So being a mother, to me, is the most difficult job. And we are the ones who are the teachers. We are the ones that hold society together. And those of you who are grandmothers, I thought I loved my children. Don't. I really thought I loved my children until I had grandchildren. So now when my children come to my big people come to my house, I asked, so where's my grandchild? Like, being a grandmother is very difficult, but it's fun, because it's not your responsibility any longer, right? You don't have to train the child. You can just play with the child and have fun with the child, and then turn them back around to their parents, like my mother did to mine, after they ate all of the sweets, all of the things that they weren't supposed to eat, or did everything that they weren't supposed to do. So now I'm establishing with all of my stories, I am a storyteller. Parenting is the most difficult job in the universe. And I don't know about you, but I remember when I used to visit my children's schools, and they would say things like, well, you know, you have to do something. You have this child for 8 hours of the day. I have this child for 2 hours before they go to sleep, right? But I had to also learn quick fixes that I could do with my children. So let's go over what we're going to talk about today. Children's rights, how you can support children's rights, and some of the things that you can do. We're going to talk about monitoring sugar. We're going to talk about the importance of sleep. We're going to talk about the regulation of screen time, and everybody here knows what I'm talking about, because when you take away the tablet, they act as if they need an exorcism. You know what I mean. So this is real talk. This is true talk. This is not like, well, let me talk to you because I'm going to tell you that Aaron so-and-so 2019. This is not that. I'm also going to talk to you especially about how to nurture socio-emotional regulation. That is key. That is very key. And the last thing that we're going to talk about is supporting intuitive intelligence. There's cognition, and that's fine. You heard that I had a school for 21 years. And we would have teachers come from the best colleges in New York, the best. But me, being me, I don't care how many degrees you have, it doesn't mean you can teach anybody's child. So you know I'm mischievous, right? So I would set up a group of the most challenging children. And what would I tell them? The lesson you develop is for these children. Please begin. And if the children were running around and acting whatever, I don't care how many degrees you have. I don't care how many A's you have. You will not be hired. Even my students tell me, well, you know, I'm a 4.0. I said, you're a 4.0 without the appropriate disposition to be a teacher, and what would you like me to do about your 4.0? Can't use a 4.0 to teach a child. Okay? It has got to be something that comes from inside, period. 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 So let's begin. But we're going to begin. I had a children's rights song on the video, but that's okay, because there's already a children's rights song in Jamaica that I'm going to ask you to sing loud and strong. What song do you think that might be? I am a what? Say it loud, because you're saying the right thing. I am a. Yes, yes. That we have to do for our children to be a promise. What do we have to do? And I'm going around because this is participatory. Yes, my dear. What do we have to do in order for our children to be a promise?
We have to nurture them.
Nurture them. What does nurture mean? You finish it. What does nurture mean?
To provide care and support.
Okay, so now we're going to hear my researcher part of me. What do you mean by care and support? I need examples. It's all right. It happens to your child all the time.
To allow them to exemplify you, to model you.
This is a good one, model you. Please remember that, because we're going to come back to this at the end of it. Okay? But there's other things. Do you feed children? Do you feed them? I know that every time
Care for them. Care for them.
Care for them. You know I'm coming to you, my love. Care for them is feeding them. What else do? We make sure that nothing.
Protect them. Yes.
Exactly. And I don't know about any other culture, but I'm going to stop and tell a story about my mother. I integrated schools in New York City. My mother would come up to school, and they would tell her that she needs an appointment. Who told them to tell her that? She was protecting her cub. She would say to them, I don't need an appointment. My appointment is the taxes that I pay for you to have this job. Please, excuse me. And I know that that is not just my mother, because I was raised with aunts and uncles and all of that. So I think it's something with us as a people. We are highly protective of our children, because this means we know that they are our future. So we know protection. We know a sense of belonging, that you know that you have a part in this family. And that's a part in this family, whether you're disabled, whether you're green, I'm making this up. Hopefully no one has a green child. Whether you're yellow, whether you're purple, whether you're red, whether you have one eye, two eyes, whatever. Another story. My son was born my son was born totally blind. And my mother took my baby to Jamaica. She said, come. I said, what are we going to be doing? Hello? Okay. I said, what are we going to be doing in Jamaica? Just come. And he wasn't walking. And he was a year old, only weighing 10 pounds. So you already know. Took him to Jamaica. She buried him in the sand. She got whatever bush she got, I don't even know. I've never seen these bush in my life. She made up a brew. She slapped the boy's feet. And as God is my witness, my son is 30 years old now. You feel what I'm saying. My son is 30 years old now, been through blah, 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 operations, whatever. He's legally blind. He can see. Okay? So that's the power of motherhood. That's what grandmothers do. That's what mothers do. And I can't make this up. It is a true story. So when we talk about children's rights, know the kinds of things. But there's one thing that you didn't say. Children have the right to play. Children have the right to smile. Because we already know that when you get older, you make yourself smile. There's a difference than running up around and falling off trees and blah, blah, blah. So that's children's rights. So we want you to give children the opportunity to play, because through play, they also learn how to socialize, how to get along with people, how to hear the word no, which is important, right? And sometimes we find in these times, children don't like the word no. And all of a sudden, you know, you can't say much to them. All right, now I'm going to talk about in New York. You can't say nothing to them because you know what they'll do? My mother hit me. This is a true story. I told you I'm a storyteller. The same son went to school one time and told them, he was in high school and told them, I have to behave myself. No, he's a class clown, please, but whatever. He told them he must have gotten in trouble. He said, no, 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 I have to behave myself because my mother has a Jamaican stick. Do you know those people actually called me and brought me in to talk to me? I said to them, I said, if I had a Jamaican stick and I was beating him with a stick, he wouldn't be making so much mischief in your school. Do you think about that? Anyway, let's continue. This idea of play. And this idea, I go back to the Jamaican stick because the way I was raised, we don't raise our children that way. My mother would take off the shoe, beat you twice, put back on the shoe and just stand, dare to cry. Cry, please, I can kill you right now. Okay? That was old time. Now we try to reason with children more. We try to ask them, why did they do this? We try to do things that are critical discipline. But we have to take away that tablet and let them go crazy. We have to. So that's the first thing I want to establish is children's rights. And above all, every child has a right to an education. Now let me talk about education. We have to realize that we, as African descendant people, have a 450,000 years of being a Homo sapien sapien, which means we're using our brains and making tools. This is not what I'm making up, but the oldest Homo sapiens sapiens were found in Morocco, Africa. In addition to that, when I talk about education, the oldest universities in the world are in Africa. You didn't know that one. In addition, when I talk about education, many of us, not necessarily most of us, prior to enslavement, we were in Western Africa. Some of us were also came from the Congo and Angola, Central Africa, but most of us came from West Africa. In West Africa, they already had universities. And these universities had a relationship with the University of Salamanca in Spain. So when people want to say that, internationally, when people want to say that people of African descent, maybe they don't have enough education. We have a longer years of education than anyone else on this planet that we call Earth, period. And because there's so many females here, I said this wrong. Anyway, because there's so many females here, I want to let you know that we are the ones that established mathematics. We are the ones that established mathematics. And I'm saying these things because I want you to put this into the promise of our children. And you know why we established mathematics, right? Because we're mathematical every month, every blah, blah. We established mathematics. So in my classes, when I try to teach them simple statistics for data analysis, and they start, well, I don't know, you're doing too much. You're just doing too much. Blah, blah, blah. Then I start telling them, you want me to de-evolve the female species. That's what you want. But I contribute to evolution, not to the de-evolution of humanity. So you know sometimes they don't like me. She's got such a smart mouth. All right, let's go into some other things now. Let's make the next point and talk more about care. And I'm establishing this because there is no plant that can grow. Well, you're going to tell me a plant, but there's no plant that can grow in sand, right? You have to have soil. There has to be nurturing. So I'm going to ask the question, raise your hand if you have a family member that has diabetes. Maybe not immediate, but you know, your granny or somebody has diabetes. Let me tell you how rampant this diabetes thing is genetically. Again, I'm a storyteller. So a couple of years ago, I went on this thing. I've been a vegetarian since 1976. And I went on this idea that I should have a smoothie every morning. And it should have mangoes, and it should have berries, and it should have bananas, and I could put some honey in it because honey is natural. I went to the doctor. What did they tell me? Diabetes. I said, my doctor says I got rid of it, but I'm not stupid. I have to always forever watch it, right? It is rampant, rampant, rampant. I go to the store, I'm thirsty, but I want something a little, so I ask for cran water. Why does it have sugar? I ask for fruit juice. You already understand. So the question is, what does sugar really do to the developing brain? Now you need glucose. The brain requires glucose, but not as much as we do. The heavy rice and peas, and then the boiled banana, and then the macaroni and cheese sometimes, and then et cetera, et cetera. These things turn to sugar. And anything that has OSE at the end of the label, sugar. So don't read it as, oh, fructose sounds like fruit. That's what I thought. I used to think that. Fructose sounds like fruit. It must be good for you. No, sugar. Corn syrup comes from corn. It should be okay. Sugar. Okay? So, and what does that do? It can make our children hyperactive. It can slow brain growth. And the biggest thing is the lack of focus that it creates. And sugar is a drug. Because once you take sugar, and a lot of it, your body begins to crave. And we all wake up sometimes, why do I like to have something sweet? Sugar. The brain is saying, a little addiction going on here. And it's an addiction that we don't consider an addiction, but yet it is. So I ask for parents to monitor the sugar intake. But of course, I have a story. So my daughter, when she went to high school, her nickname all of a sudden was Skittles. What do you think she was eating all the time? Skittles. And what does that mean? Sugar. But we try to, as they get older, it becomes a little bit more difficult to monitor. But we need to be able to monitor it. So that's one thing. The importance of sleep. Let's do a range. Let's do a range. The importance of sleep. Yeah, that's right. We don't get no sleep. No. Although we are weary, we still have to go on, right? So let's do a canvas. How many people here get at least 4 hours of sleep every night? At least. All right? Put down. How many people here get only 2 or 3 hours of sleep? That's not good. I'll tell you why. Hold on. What did I tell you to remember?
Model.
So our children are modeling us. So we don't go to sleep, but then we ask our children to go to sleep, and then our children start that crazy, I have to go to the bathroom. Really? I want water. You know, 3 o'clock in the morning, you know I'm hungry? Like, I don't understand why our children are so hungry and wanting. It doesn't make sense. The importance of sleep. So what does sleep do? First of all, let's establish that young children, growing children, need at least 10 hours of sleep. 8 to 10 hours. When they get into high school, they actually need about 14 hours of sleep. They don't get it, but that's where we're moving to, because the brain doesn't stop really developing until you're 24 years old. So when these people, Google it because you can use it against your children. The prefrontal cortex, please write this down. The prefrontal cortex does not stop its development until a child is 24 years old. That is the prefrontal cortex. So when your children turn 18 years old and they want to, let's call it, raise up a little bit, you can tell them, I'm so sorry. I don't understand what you are saying to me. Why is that? Because your prefrontal cortex is not finished developing, and I can go tell them, go Google it. So this brain development is very important, and it takes a long time. And the prefrontal cortex deals with the executive processes within the brain, those processes that say, maybe this is not a good idea. Right? So the importance of sleep. When we sleep, our spinal fluids actually rise and they wash our brain. So if you don't sleep, okay, this is a joke. So the spinal fluid is like the castor oil for the brain. It washes you out. That's a joke. That wasn't that funny, but it's a joke. So what does that mean when we say it washes you out? It helps to reset your brain, and it also encourages neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is the adaptability of the brain. These things are extremely important, because with neuroplasticity, because I believe in neuroplasticity, I know that I can teach a child anything within a normal range of development, right? Because the brain can adapt, especially if the child sleeps. I want you to remember that, because I'm going to come back to that. Let's continue. This one we already know. I want you to act out what your child does when you say to them, no tablet. What does your child do? Exactly. Do it more. Why don't I have no tablet? Why the tablet? Oh my gosh, no tablet. My granddaughter tells me you are the meanest grandmother ever in the world. And I say, thank you so very much for the compliment. What we find, and on the screen, what I would have showed you, is that we talked about dopamine. Dopamine is that reward center. It says, oh, this is great, let me do it again. It's an addiction. It's an addiction. Not only is it an addiction, especially for our young children, they shouldn't really have any screen time before 2 years old. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If you've already done it, it's all right. You can change your ways now. And that means no playing with the phone either. Those of you who work at a place where you have to, or you use the computer screen, After a while, doesn't your eyes get blurry? So what do you think happens to children's eyes? So we know that developmentally, this is not good for them. In addition to that, we deal with attention span, right? I can click, 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 so I don't have to attend to anything. Whereas if I'm playing and I'm the mother, you know how these children are, or I'm the father, I'm gonna plan to tell everybody what to do and how to do it. I'm planning more. I'm using my brain. I'm using my prefrontal cortex. I'm contributing to its development because I'm making decisions on what I'm going to do. So this screen time thing, it's a hard one because we can't go back anymore after COVID, right? It's what they learned for years on. There's no going back. But I ask you, though, to try to figure out a way also include manipulatives in their screen time in some sort of way. So I'm a storyteller. So I told this to my granddaughter. She said, "Mane, what? What? Why do you want to come now and teach my play?" That's what she said to me. I said, "I don't want to teach your play, but what I want to do is I want to put some parameters on how you interact with it." I said, "You can use your dolls in some kind of way and help to create a story around, what is this thing called, Piggy Pig? Whatever, yes, thank you, Peppa Pig. Around Peppa Pig. Right, or when she used to come here and the learning tree would be on, I would say, whatever you learned there, you teach your dolls. Because I want you to still be able to use your mind to think." So now we went on to the regulation of screen time. Now we're at the point of intuitive intelligence. And this is the part that I really like. You have cognition. It's here, right? But there's a kind of intelligence that goes beyond cognition. And I'm going to sit on this for a little while. Thomas Edison, who they say he developed lights, but I'm not going to go into that. But Thomas Edison said that genius was 99% inspiration. He didn't say cognitive development and logical thinking was 99% how he developed his inventions. You heard of George Washington Carver, the Peanut Man? Anyway, George Washington Carver was responsible. Let me just put a freeze on it because I don't want to go too deep in it and get sidetracked. But George Washington Carver was referred to as the Peanut Man. And he helped to revitalize the South when the soil was already overworked with cotton, and he started planting peanuts. So you have peanut oil, you have peanut butter, you have different things he found out that you could make from peanuts and from the sweet potato vine. He says that he would get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So let me ask you a question. What time is your prayer circles usually? What time?
4:30.
4:30, 4:13. This is the time when he would go. And my family is from the country. So I remember my uncle going to the land, and he told me don't call him a farmer because he's an agriculturist, whatever. So he would go to the farm and he would say, "My daughter is here." I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but he would say, "My daughter is here, and it's not breadfruit season, but you know she loves breadfruit." I am asking the old people, ancestors. I never knew what old people was until I got older. I didn't know they were ancestors. I thought they were. I said, what are all these old people they're talking about? I'm asking the ancestors to grant my daughter the breadfruit that she desires. And the man would come back with breadfruit, and it's not breadfruit season. In addition to that, in this intuitive intelligence thing, they would go. Remember I told you about my mother? I have no idea to this day what she put on my son's body or foot and rubbed him down. She just told me, wait, I'll be back. And she goes, and she bends down, and she starts talking to plants and all kinds of stuff. I used to think she was crazy. But she wasn't. She's a very intuitive, intelligent woman. These are the things that are in our culture that we can never lose. So when we talk about care, it's care for your Jamaican identity. It's care for your culture that you can't lose. You see this thing they call COVID? What do you think I used in New York when there was thousands of people dying every week? Tell me one thing that I used that you probably used in Jamaica. Moringa. What else? Ginger, because we know ginger kills viruses. What else? Turmeric, right? And then I would get the onions and the garlic and the water and the methylene. What is it called? The menthol? Like Vicks or something, and put it in there. Right. These things are intuitive intelligence. Now, how does your child know how to use intuitive intelligence? And again, this part that I'm going to say now is not for Jamaica, because Jamaica, we still respect intuitive intelligence, but in many of the countries in the Western world, they have no respect for it. Even though there's examples of Thomas Edison, George Washington Carver, there's also the examples of Albert Einstein, there's also the examples of Nikola Tesla. All of these are examples. Nikola Tesla, as a young boy, used to throw a rock in the water, whether it was river water, I don't know what it was. And he would look at the circles that would form. And he would stare at this for hours. Meditation, stillness, prayer, silence is what produces intuitive intelligence. Now, if your child doesn't see you use it, what do we call that?
Model.
Listen to me, it's your word now. Come on.
Model.
Model. If your child doesn't see you using it, they won't do it. So if your child doesn't see you sitting still sometimes, they're not going to do it. So when you tell them still, and you never sat still in your life, chances are, I want to continue with this intuitive intelligence because I want it to be in your head. I said there's cognition, right? But above cognition is intuitive intelligence. So what does it require? It requires you to take a bunch of knowledge, let's say, and learn or overlearn that knowledge. And then meditate, pray, be still, so that knowledge can coalesce. People always ask me at where I work, so where do you come up with these things? Okay, so I'm gonna tell a story. So when I got my doctorate, and I was the only person that looked like me, I was the only female and the only person that looked like me, and I had to report, if you will, report out to some students who were coming behind me, you know, what I did and what I did my dissertation in, which I'm not going to go in, that's not relevant to the story. And they said, oh my gosh, oh my goodness, you know who it is. Oh my gosh, oh my goodness, how did you possibly come up with that? So, me being me, I said, you know, I have a small head. So I said, you know, there's people who have small heads, but there's diamonds inside their head. You understand, right? So what do? I used to have a couch in my office until they removed it during COVID. Anyway, I will go to sleep, literally. I only need 5 or 10 minutes. I will go to sleep, and I will simply ask God how I can make this knowledge work for my students. I can't make this up. I am truly not that bright. I study hard, but I'm truly not that bright. Anything that I do, anything that I've ever done, has not come from me. And I totally recognize that. And it gives me the boldness to walk into places where they think I should not be. And then surprise, surprise, when you see Donna Wright. And then surprise, surprise, when you're going to come tell me some foolishness about I sound like I'm English. Well, I sound like I'm English. Don't make no sense. Oh, my goodness. You must be English. No, I'm not English. Right? But what it is, it's using that intuitive intelligence. I'm sitting on it because I want you to understand it. And now I'm going to also show you a video. Let me make sure that I didn't forget a point. I'm sure I did, but now I'm going to show you a video on developing intuitive intelligence, but there is one thing I want to do before I show you the video. Through this idea of sitting still, you're able to be in control of your emotions. You learn socioemotional regulation. And in these days and times, you know, Jamaica, you're safe, but New York, America, you know, there's challenges. And you have to have socio-emotional regulation. The ability to tell yourself, I don't think this is a good idea. I need to stop. Socio-emotional regulation. So how do we do this? Does anyone here have a child who has a disability? Yes, okay. Don't even tell me what the disability is. I'm going to introduce you to 2 different types of breathing. One type is for children who are very hyperactive, and the other one is for everyone else. And the reason for that is because one of the breaths is known as a physiological sigh. That's one of the breaths. And one of the other breaths, I refer to it as basic practice, as it was taught to me. So the basic practice is just regular breathing that totally will calm you down, but it takes more time. But for those of us who have children who have exceptionalities, and they go from A to Z very, very quickly, we need to immediately calm down. So I'm going to show everyone the first breath to deal with children who are very challenging. But again, if you're not doing it, the child is not going to do it, because I'm coming with the microphone in your face now. Because of what? Say your word. Because modeling. Because of modeling. And modeling is such a thing that, I don't need to go into that. This is not that kind of thing. Just remember modeling. I do what I see. I don't do what I don't see. So the first breath, everybody sit up, sit up, sit up, sit up. Sit up like your mother told you to sit. See, I had to bring my body up now. That was me moving the spine up. All right, so we're all sitting up. We're going to take 2 breaths in and 1 breath out. So I wore this dress today so you could kind of see me breathing, if that makes sense. I can do sideways like this. So this is me doing a physiological sigh. It's 2 breaths in and 1 breath out. You breathe in through your nose, and I'll tell you why you're breathing through your nose after we do the breath. And then you breathe out through your mouth. 2 breaths in. Now let it out. I've been doing this for a while. Don't be like that. I'm not a balloon, but it's just the way it is, right? So we're going to do 2 breaths in and 1 breath out. But now I'm going to explain to you what nitric oxide is. Nitric oxide is created primarily in the nasal cavity. That's why it's not good to be a mouth breather. But if you're a mouth breather, I have something for you too that I'll talk about afterwards. It's created in the nasal cavity. And what does it do? Nitric oxide, and you can Google this, right? Nitric oxide helps to build your immune system. That's what nitric oxide does. Nitric oxide expands your blood vessels, and it lowers your blood pressure. That's why this whole idea of breathing is important. So let me ask the other question. How many people, not you, know of someone who has high blood pressure? Because we know diabetes and high blood pressure is rampant. Have them start doing this kind of breathing. 2 breaths in. Now we're going to do it again. Now, you don't do this physiological sigh more than 3 or 4 times because it does make you dizzy. What it does is that it takes out the carbon dioxide from your blood, and it almost immediately relaxes you. But you have to be doing it, because if not, when your child is going, I don't want to do this, blah, 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 and you tell them, baby, come breathe, it's not going to work, right? It's not going to work, because it's not part of what you normally will be doing. So let's do this physiological sigh again. 2 breaths in, 1 breath out. And let it out. Shh. Let us see you open up your mouth and let the breath out. What's happening here? What do you think I'm doing? I'm right here watching you. Why do you think I came on this side for? Let me get my breath out. Now let me go again. I'm watching you. What do you think this is? You think I'm the showpiece here? This doesn't work like that. This doesn't work like, okay, let's all do it together. And I'm looking at the people in the back. I'm looking at the people in the back. And I'm watching them breathe. I'll do this side first, and yes, you too, sir. And I'll do this side. So this side don't do anything because I don't trust y'all anymore. Let's go. 2 breaths in. And let it out. Don't you feel a little dizzy? I'm sorry. Don't you feel a little dizzy? So now I only have 1 more breath that I can afford to do over here, and then I'll be like, oh my goodness, I'm so giddy. All right, so we're ready. Are you ready, sir? I'm right, see, I'm positioning myself to the people who don't do the thing right. I should go up on, no, I won't bother to do that. Like my students would say, you're doing too much. All right, 2 breaths in. Let it out through your mouth. Shh. What happened to you? You stop, you're just watching everybody, what's happening here? But you get the idea, and you can feel the lightheadedness, right? So I wanted to make sure I give you a tool that you can use, but again, it's something that you have to incorporate now in your routine in some way. Maybe before they go to school, you say, baby, let's do some breathing. All right now, may God walk with you. Something that makes it natural so that when they have a breakdown, they can do it again. So that's 1 breath. The other breath is now called basic practice, which I have the video on, but we're gonna first do it ourselves. Put your hand on your stomach. Everybody, rub up your belly a little bit. Okay. So, hold on. Really? Seriously? What is happening? I knew your hand wasn't on your belly. I just knew it. And then you looked that way because I couldn't be possibly talking to you. Really? Seriously. Anyway, put your hand on your belly, and you're just going to take 1 breath in. It's just 1 breath in, and then you just release it out. And you can release it quicker, exactly like that. You want to come up here and show them? Come, baby. come, because she did it naturally. You're a breather, so to speak. Come, let's go in the front. Come, my love. Come, my love. Come, come, come. Come, 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 come. All right. We are the models. Okay, hand on the belly. She did it very nicely. Breathe in and then out quickly. You notice that you compare, thank you, dear. Let's give her some claps. If you compare the two breaths, the second one, the basic practice, you weren't as dizzy as the first one. That's why I separate them and say that that is for when a child that is very emotional, that is for a child that may have ADHD, that is for a child that may get frustrated easily. It's for a child, I already said ADHD, did I say that already? Right, okay. So you understand the kinds of things that you want to do, because we need to train our children to emotionally regulate themselves, especially in these times. Not necessarily here, but in other spaces where life is getting very precarious. You don't know what's going to happen from day to day. It's important for us to teach our children to regulate. All right, I think now maybe I could show the video, because I want to show you a parent who has used some of these practices, and I want to show you the child who's going to show you what the end result of this will be. Okay, so let me just go over here for a couple of seconds. You should practice breathing. I see something there.
Hello, I am Danelle McNeil, parent and teacher, and this is my daughter, Raja. Hello. Basic practice is a system of 7 movements that draws from social-emotional learning, also referred to as SELF, and general wellness practices to align teachers, parents, and children with nature. This supports physical health, mental health, learning, and overall well-being. There are 3 books in the Basic Practice series. The Basic Practice Training Manual is developed for educators. It outlines the 7 movements, their benefits for health and well-being, and includes supporting research. Basic Practice Early Childhood Education Teacher-Parent Activity Guide is created for teachers and parents, developed for at-home and classroom learning. It offers wellness practices that can be integrated into classroom settings or daily home activities. Basic Practice for Childhood Education is a children's book that helps weave the movements into everyday childhood routines, introduces the movements through playful rhymes that children can enjoy and remember. With my daughter Raja's assistance, we will be demonstrating breath, the first movement and foundation of basic practice. It teaches the important life skill of regulating emotion. We'll conclude with Raja reading the first 3 movements from the children's book. Okay, Raja, are you ready to do belly breathing? Okay. Place our hands gently on our belly, softly. And we're going to inhale and exhale at your own pace, not hold your breath. Okay? All right. So inhale. And next, okay, Raja, are you ready to belly breathe? Okay. Going to place our hands gently on our belly. I'll place my hand on my belly. You'll place your hand gently on your belly. And we're going to breathe at our own pace, okay? When you inhale, I want you to imagine your belly filling up like a balloon, okay? And when you exhale, you're gonna release that air, okay? And you will not hold your breath, okay? All right, let's get started. We're going to inhale once. It's very okay. Yawning is very natural. Good job. And once more, inhale again. Inhale. And then you're going to repeat after me, okay? Okay. When I'm upset and I want to roar, take a deep breath and count to 4. You say that?
Okay.
Say that.
I am upset and I want to. I take a deep breath and I count to 4.
Okay, now let's do it together, okay? When I'm upset and I want to roar, I take a deep breath and I count to 4.
So that is an example. We're going to stop the video now. As she goes on, she talked about 3 movements, and she's going to explain about choice, because we want our children to also make the correct choices. How do they make the correct choices? Sorry, how do they make the correct choices? That is based upon their intuitive intelligence. Right? The other thing I want to just wrap this up and talk about sleep. Sleep creates space. Now, this one I'm saying to myself, you can't keep working. Sometimes you have to take a space between the things that you do. Because if there's no space in between the things that you do, how does the intuitive intelligence come in? Because your mind is so full. So, in summarizing, we talk about children's rights. We know what that is. We believe in that our children are a promise. They are definitely a possibility. We understand what it means to care for our children, to protect them, to give them a sense of belonging, to nurture them, meaning that we make sure they don't have too much sugar. We make sure that we regulate their screen time, and we try to integrate screen time with some sort of imaginatory play or manipulatives or something so that they're critically thinking. We also discussed, of course, this idea of, say it? Somebody said it. Okay. We also discussed this idea of, again, socio-emotional regulation and intuitive intelligence. And we realized that we can come to these things by the kinds of breaths that we do. I encourage you to find out about nitric oxide. It's something that heals your body. I don't want to go into that more because I'm going to go into more time. But thank you very, very much for your attention, and I hope that you have learned something today. Thank you again.
Oh,
if you have questions.
Yes, yes. Any questions? Raise your hands. Boy, look like you learn today, right? Am I right? Okay, it was very clear and concise. No. Okay, wonderful.
Thank you, and I clapped.
All right, so that was beautifully summarized. Dr. Wright summarized her own stuff. And of course, I know we learned about intuitive intelligence, and I know that is one that a lot of us are going to hang on to. And listen, I'm a creative, but I have had so many days when I just can't create because either I'm tired or I haven't taken the quiet time. You know, all that I just learned a while ago, I just didn't do. So now I know that when I am pulling a blank on my creativity, I know what to do. Right. Breathe, go to sleep, eat properly, all of that. All right? We thank you so very much, Dr. Wright. We appreciate you. And of course, we had fun. Storyteller, we wish we could just sit at your feet and just hear some more stories because those stories were fun, don't it? All right, thank you so much. All right, so now we are at our lunch hour. We resume at 1, I can tell you that much. All right, so we know where to go to sort our lunch out, and we come right back here. If your intention is to stay at parenting, come right back here and let us continue. Come back at 1 o'clock. Listen, don't come 1:05, you know. Come back and fill the room at 1 o'clock. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all in a short while. Enjoy your lunch, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, your faces are shining like you're ready. Nobody's sleepy, am I right? Okay, it really has been an interesting morning so far. We had 2 enlightening sessions, true? Yes, oh yes. We had our story time, and we had some heart searching, and we've just been having a really good time together. And we really look forward to some more of that, don't it? Yeah, man. Don't be doubtful. Looking forward to a good time, am I right? Of course. I'm so happy to see your faces. I'm so glad you came to join us here at Parenting, the best track. Am I right? Okay. All right. So, we're at that time of day now where we will be meeting Miss Hunter. All right. So, our workshop title is Investing in Early Childhood: The Role of Families and Communities in the Lives of Young Children. Early years form the building blocks for a child's lifelong learning. We agree, eh? Well-being and achievement. Families and communities play a vital role in shaping these formative experiences. This engaging workshop will explore how parents, caregivers, and community members can work together to create enriching environments that support young children's growth and development. This workshop will also focus on practical ways to foster early learning at home, build strong community connections, and advocate for quality early childhood programs. And listen, as I introduce our speaker, she wants to be close to you, all right? So, as we listen to her, as she talks to us, get involved. You hear? Keep your eyes on her. Open your ears up wide. Don't let her ask any question you can't answer, okay? And you too, formulate your questions that you can ask her and learn from her, all right? So let me introduce Ms. Hunter. She is Teresa Hunter, and she's a proud Bahamian graduate of the University of Bahamas and Barry University. She holds a master's degree in leadership and learning with a bachelor's degree in teacher education. Her research interest includes, but is not limited to, transformational leadership and early childhood development, early childhood leadership, coaching, and mentorship. She is a passionate educator of 32 long years, Ms. Hunter. A former principal, master trainer, coach, teacher, and mentor in the field of early childhood development in Nassau, Bahamas. Presently, she serves as an education officer, pre-primary, with responsibilities for supervision of the government preschool instructional program, onboarding new teachers in early childhood, coaching, professional development, procurement, curriculum development, and instruction. This year, she successfully launched her second cohort's mentorship program for early childhood educators, sound like some of us in here. She has facilitated numerous professional development sessions, both nationally and internationally, and is renowned for her creative and innovative ways of hosting workshops, from on the dock of the bay to running through the streets of downtown Nassau on a scavenger hunt. Life sounds fun. Ms. Hunter serves as an internal mentor for teaching practice at the University of the Bahamas and is also employed as an adjunct faculty at the Bahamas Baptist College University. Through the years, Ms. Hunter has demonstrated a heart of compassion for teachers and serves as an advocate for the development and execution of a high-quality early childhood program in the Bahamas. Ms. Hunter, I like you already. So please help me. Loud clap on that man. Let us welcome Ms. Hunter. So happy to have you.
Okay, guess what? I didn't have the coffee this morning because I ate too much jerk last night, so my stomach was upset. So I'm feeding off your energy, right? Normally the coffee will give me the energy to have me bouncing around here like Tigger. So let's try this again. Welcome to my Jamaican brothers and sisters. Welcome again. Now we sound like something. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. It's such a pleasure to be here with you, to meet with you, to collaborate and dialogue with you again, once again. So today I'm given the task of facilitating this workshop with you. And the topic is investing in early childhood, the role of families and communities in the lives of children. Yes, you didn't know how important it was, eh? But today I'm going to teach you how to, first of all of you are educators? Okay, great. I'm going to teach you how to collaborate, how to bum, beg, and borrow, how to incorporate families and communities into your early childhood experiences so that it can grow be a little smoother for you, right? Right? Y'all don't want to learn? Because the other day, all I heard was funding, 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 and resources, resources, resources. So today we're going to learn how to, we're going to have a reciprocal relationship with parents and communities. So on the agenda, we already did the introduction, the importance of early childhood investment, the family, the first teacher, highlights of the vital role families and community plays in the childhood development. Didn't know that, huh? The power of community engagement and how to build strong partnership. And then you're not going to just sit here and do nothing. We're going to be involved, we're going to be engaged. Anyone knows me, I'm like my good friend here, my sister Stacy, who I love so much, she ducked me all week. I travel over all the thousands of waters just to come look for her. And then we're going to conclude and wrap up. And I'm going to run off to my next session. So, this is how you should look when you're engaging with children. I don't believe in children's teachers sitting to the desk and the children over there. No. You're supposed to be with them, engaging, talking, cracking jokes. When I'm in my classroom, it used to be my classroom, listen here, I used to have a ball. I used to be talking and cracking up with them. So the importance of early childhood development. Do not look at my slide. Please tell me, why is early childhood important in the development in the lives of children? Now, one like me, this is what I used to do.
Good afternoon. The reason why early childhood is important. The reason why early childhood is important in the first development, it's helps to build their cognitive. It's helps for them to explore. It's helps them to grow. It's helps them to think critical at their age. It's helps them to enhance learning.
My friend right here, I'm like that teacher. Why?
It helps to develop their learning. Go to the next one.
Okay, it helps with their learning. Okay, there are so many benefits when it comes to early childhood investment. One, we know that the first 5 years are the most what? Crucial years, and guess what? By the age 3, 87% of a child's brain has already been developed. So you have from 0 to 3 to do what you have to do to help with that child brain development. Okay, next, there are long-term benefits. And we're reaping and we're seeing it now in society, right? Okay, it says that, I'm going to break these big words down. That sound good? When children are given good quality education, they thrive better, right? They become more productive citizens, right? They are not a harness to society. Also, when children are given good early childhood investment, their health benefits. What I enjoyed the other day when we sat there doing the opening to see that you all have a national plan, no junk food. So we have a more healthier society where we won't have to horn on the health department so much obese persons. Now you all don't look at me, this old age and old age metaphors, right? So when we teach them how to eat healthy, they live longer, and what happens? The quality of their lives increase, right? So also, there's economic benefits. When they have a solid early childhood program, guess what? They're out there and they go out there find jobs, or they create businesses themselves. That sound good? They don't depend on the government them or for handouts. Okay? So let's look at this big word here, the ecological model. We found that that plays a very important role in early childhood development. And what that's basically say is that how environments interact to shape development. In other words, let's break it on down. Children are a product of their environment. So, this partnership here in the development of early childhood, I'm a little tired, sorry. There's partnership here in the development of a child. We see brain development, and you know there's so much research now going on brain development. And we say that brain development doesn't only depend on one factor or one set of persons. We say that when we want our students to have proper brain development, we need that community, we need the family, and we need the school. You didn't know that, eh? Yes. And that's half of the development of a child. And we say we want that child to grow and be a model citizen along with a good early childhood foundation. We need that child to have the ecological background. In other words, we see how systems in society play a role in the development of the child. We need the school. We need the what else? What else do you see up there? We need the church. We need the community. We need who else? The neighborhood. What else we need? Friends, parents. All of those play a role in the proper development of a child. So, let's have a discussion here. I don't do boring workshops, so let's go. What do you think family wants from you? As a teacher, what do you think the family wants from you?
Moral support. Coming to you. Support.
Families need moral support, and they need the school environment to teach them what they don't know.
Okay, great. My friend right now. What do you think families want from you?
Trust.
Trust. Very good. So, what do you expect from families? As an educator, what do you expect from families?
Trust, love, and support.
I'm hearing a word I think we need. What do you expect from families?
Their fullest cooperation and ensuring that what is required of them will be done.
Okay, very good. How might these interests, desires, needs, and wants overlap? How many overlap? Okay, that's what it's all about, right? We helping out each other.
All right, so the first question would have been what families want, and then the other question would be what we expect from the family. So a key word that would have been pointed out was support. So we expect them to support us, and then we expect the same from them. So support interlocks. So we give and we get.
Okay, it's reciprocated. Okay, one more person I need. One more person. How might they differ? How might they differ? I need you to stand up, please. How might they differ? How might the interests, desires, needs, and wants overlap or differ? How do they differ?
Okay, so they may differ because what the school, say for example, each school have a culture. So the school culture might be different from the culture at home. And so that is one of the ways in which it will differ.
Very good. We're going to speak to all of that. Okay? Even morals, right? It differs. Okay, let's go. Moving right along. So community and parents play a huge role in shaping a preschooler's growth and helping them achieve key developmental milestones. Yes, teachers, you're not in this alone. How do parents assist with their children in developing these developmental milestones? Parents and parental influence. They give the children emotional support. Parents provide a sense of security that fosters confidence in children as they explore and learn. We see this when they come to school the first day. When parents and mommy bring them to school, what do you see a lot of them doing? Crying and stuff, and then who needs to comfort them? Mommy needs to say, it's gonna be all right, I'm gonna come back. They have to earn the trust of the teacher. And the parents are seen to them like a shelter, like a refuge temple for children, right? They comfort them, they give them confidence. They let them know that, hey, mommy is here, daddy's here, we're gonna protect you, everything is gonna be all right, and you got this. So, parents also influence the language development in students. And we see this that when children come to school the first day, or when you get them the first time, you notice that there are lots of them already doing what? Talking, communicating, laughing. They come with a dialect. They come with the language of the home. They come with all of that, right? And so who would have thought would have taught that to the preschooler? The parents. Okay, they come with stories. You know that parents read to their stories, sometimes every night, sometimes from the wombs. And we see these language development skills being developed through conversations, through stories, and so on and so forth. As a result of conversating and dialoguing with their children, we see the comprehension skills and vocabulary skills being developed. Okay, when they come to you, guess what? They already know how to play. You would see them getting that pencil and doing what? What they doing? Playing, shooting, what else are they doing? Playing. They know how to play. They know how to play, throwing things, what else? And guess what? You would see what type of household they come from by how they act when they come to school. If they are aggressive, what type of household they came from? Pardon? Aggressive. And you see just how they behave. You tell you a lot about their household. Okay? Students engaging in place-based activities support motor skills, creativity, and social development. Those children who are played with at home, they know how to interact when they come to school. They know they come saying, you want to be my friend? You know? First, they're not selfish. They can share. Versus the child who's the single child. I always say my grandchild. I have one grandchild since she last seen me. Yay! And I think he's a little selfish. He's a little selfish. He doesn't like to share. He's very moody. He's not socialized. And so I told my sister, I said, my daughter, you need to socialize him a little more because he needs to know how to play, how to get along with others when he reaches in school. And he's very mean. He can eat my food, but he don't like me to eat his food. So parents teach children routine and discipline. I often tell this story about Carrie. Carrie is a Miss Rachel freak. Any Miss Rachel freaks in here? Y'all watch Miss Rachel? Your numbers, Miss Rachel? Okay, Miss Rachel freaks. He has a routine that he goes through every day. And he knows that when Miss Rachel is finished, the Mozart classic music comes on. And you would see Carrie, first of all, he goes, and then he goes, holds his head. Because you know why he's holding his head? Because he knows what comes next. What's next? Classical music. Y'all don't play classical music before sleep time? He grabs that blanket, he grabs that brown blanket, and he lays off in his sleeping position, and he goes to sleep. How he got like that from he was born, that's how he was trained. He knows what happens next, every step in that day. But he hates to go to sleep because he loves Miss Rachel. Okay? Also, when children come to school, because of their parents, lots of times they are disciplined. And I don't know about y'all, I've been noticed that there's been a what? A what? A dip in discipline. I wonder why. Why do you think so? Talk to me. Lack of parenting. Parents don't have the time. I often tell people parents spend more time on social media than they spend in disciplining and spending time with their children. Okay? So for parents, setting consistent routines teaches responsibility, time management, and self-regulation. And you see those children who come into your class who are disciplined, who are taught routines, who are taught discipline. Those are the ones you don't have to talk to all the time. Those are the ones you don't really have to engage your assertive discipline plan with the children, right? Because you know you're not supposed to be beating the people children, right? Jamaica signed on also? Okay, so, okay. So, how can community help with the development of students? It provides access to early education. We see children, preschoolers involved with libraries, and before they come to your class, they will have gone to other preschools, community centers, exposes children to structured learning environments. Do you have Awana here? Do you have Girl Guides and Bird and all of those? You have Girls Brigades? Yes. And they go to church, okay? I don't know if you have it like us in Nassau. The children don't go to church like how they used to. Do they still go to church here? And you would know those ones who go to church too. Mm-hmm. All of that play a role in the development of the child, okay? So community provides social interaction by being involved with team sports, by going to games, by going out there with in the parks, in the playgrounds, with teams, as I said, sports teams, and neighborhood activities allow children to develop friendship, teamwork, and social skills, right? Y'all believe that? So when for Johnny, who's giving you a little trouble in the classroom or challenge in the classroom, ask parents to get them out there, get them engaged in t-ball and softball. Y'all big on softball and soccer over here too? Yeah. So community provides health and nutrition. Community programs ensure children have access to proper health care and nutritious meals, which are critical for physical development. And we know that if I'm hungry, I can. What Maslow's talks about, children need what? Food, shelter, and clothing. And I was so elated when I sat on Monday to the opening to see that you have national feeding programs, which are good, which is there to assist persons who may need help with nutrition, which is good. Okay, community support exposes children to cultural events. What are some of the cultural events that you have in Jamaica? You know, in Nassau, you know what we have. The #1 cultural event is what? John Canoe. And from preschool, they come with the John Canoe experience because they rush in the various John Canoe groups with their parents. Okay? They're either Saxon, Valley, prodigals, fancy dancers. What are some of the community activities that you would have here in Jamaica? Talk to me. Jamaica Day. What else? Speak louder, please. Pardon? Sports Day. Pardon? Heroes Day. Carrots. And do you have celebrations and festivals for those days? Banana Day? Okay, great. So these festivals, museums, and local events enrich children's understanding of their culture. So when children are involved with these type of things, they get to get a sense of pride, and culture, that I am proud to be a Jamaican. I'm proud to be a Bahamian. These are some things that we do, and I'm involved with it. And this encourages in curiosity. You know, I have some persons who, I can talk to my son. My son was involved with John Canoe from he was 1. And he's now 34. And so every year, if he is not, if he is not in Nassau, if he's in Turks and Caicos, he rushes. And you know what, that works so well with me because, you know, as a mother, sometimes boys can be very challenging. And what I like about those John Canoe groups was they were family. You about the Valley Boys? They were like families, and he had like mentors and their father figures I would go to. And I would say, now talk to your boy. And they would make him straighten up and fly right. So they have their place. You know, make sure you encourage them to be engaged in a positive environment. Now my friend here has something to say.
Good afternoon. In the month of October in Jamaica, we celebrate National Heroes Day. So the children would dress up in our colors, in our green, black, and yellow, or with the bandana to celebrate our culture.
And by doing something like this, what do you think it instills in the child? Stand up and talk.
It helps to build up their pride. They have more experience around their culture, getting to know the colors and the different symbols that builds up that.
Very good. And guess what? You as educators, and mommy don't do it. I know, do you go on field trips? Take the children on the field trips. You know, give them the experiences that they need to help them to develop. So when parents and community work together, children thrive emotionally, socially, cognitively, laying a strong foundation for their future learning. So parental involvement in the lives of early childhood education. Parents' involvement is essential for the development and success. It offers many benefits. And so, you know, research, we've been hearing this so much. How when parents are involved, there's greater academic success, right? But what y'all saying now? Parents don't what? In Nassau, they say parents don't check. It's the same here? It's almost like pulling teeth to get them involved. Well, guess what? I'm going to show you how to get it involved. According to the Johns Hopkins University, he said that when parents are involved, there is 24% less absenteeism in the schools. Why? Why do you think that? When teachers involve parents in the education process, there is 24% less absenteeism. Why? Come, stand. No, wait for the mic.
When you get the parents invested in their child's education, they are more interested in what's happening, so they kind of push out because they feel more involved in what's happening.
Okay, very good. And one other thing, when you show parents that you care about them, you care about their child, you care about what's going on, you are reaching out, you're extending their hand, they would want to become involved, and they would want to bring Johnny to school. I often say, when my children never used to come to school, I used to get on that phone, I say, why my child ain't in school? You know what I mean? And I used to be like Nike, I don't hear nothing, just do it. But when sometimes I say, I have food here. But sometimes I say, why you can't wash the clothes? I say, why you can't wash the clothes? You got weave in your hair, nails on, you can't buy tie? Wash that child clothes and get that school. Don't let me come there looking for you. And I used to know where all my children lived. So they should see my car rock up. Okay? It's also saying parents, when they're involved, academic performance is increased, especially in reading and comprehension. Because, you know, we encourage children to read. I don't know with you all, but with me, I sent home a book every week with my children for their parents to read with them, and they had to do a little writing, a little report back. And guess, as a result, my children became readers. Their parents became engaged. And with me, I am a little mischievous. So when parents used to write for the children, I used to go right in front of them and in front of another parent. So you could show us how you got Tommy to write? Because when he's in school, he can't write like this. So probably you could show up me and this other parent how you did it, you know? And parents, I often say, when parents know that you care about them and their child, they go extra, okay? So by having parents and teachers, having parents involved and communicating with your parents, it helps children feel more motivated and helps in students' behavior. I often say this. I use my experiences. I have so much experiences. You have that challenging boy, that challenging child. I said, now listen here, if you don't behave, I'm going to call your parents. And I don't know if you have the assertive discipline plan in your classroom up, like the red lights, what other things you all have, the green apples. When the children behave, they have a green apple. When you talk to them once, yellow, talk to them twice, green. Get parents involved in what's happening in your classroom, okay? So that when Johnny Daddy comes to pick him up and he sees that apple on red, he knows that Johnny was not behaving good that day. And so he will deal with Johnny accordingly. And then sometimes when they're not behaving, I would say, let me videotape and send it to your mommy or your daddy. And they hate that. What are they gonna say? What are they gonna say? Don't do that, I can behave, you know? So once they know that you're communicating with their parents, they're gonna behave and they're gonna try harder, okay? So parental involvement improves teacher performances. Why do you think when parents are involved, you perform better? Smart, talk loud. I come into, talk loud. Come and start.
They are communicating together, teacher to parent and parent to teacher, sending home the homework, they does the homework and come back, and so that's an interaction.
Okay, give me someone else, I need someone else. And then send it down to my friend.
Both persons are on the same level, so we understand what we need so that the child can progress.
Yeah, point 3.
Stand up, please. They say stand up.
Especially now we are living a very challenging year where children are fierce, even at the age of 3. And I realized I had the experience the other day when a 3-year-old took up a chair to throw at me. And I stood in his path right before him, and I said, "Throw it." And I think he thought it over, so he didn't let go of the chair. But when I investigated his mother, he would hit his mother. I mean, a little 3-year-old, you know. So, and I realized that he was out of control. So all I did, take away the chair from him, put it down, and then his hands were so small, I didn't hold his hand because I didn't want anything to happen to him. So I took him up by the side and put him on my side and say, "You're going to sit with me today until you can behave." He sat on the chair and he looked at me and he started crying. And I said, "I am going to cry as well. Both of us will be crying today." So he thought about it and just calmed down.
Okay, so through communicating with, I love that technique because it tells us so many things. She communicated with his mother, now she knows his behavior and she knows what to expect. And also I love that motherly way you did it. That was very effective. I love that. And also, when we communicate with our parents, children have a sense of security, right? They want to try to please the parents. They want to try to please the teachers because they know somebody cares. So parental involvement, let's move on to point number 4. Parental involvement improves teacher performance. Hey, my performance is improved because, hey, I know I have a standard to look up to. My parents are engaged, they're involved, and it makes me happy. Nothing could motivate a teacher more than to know that you're preparing your notes, your lessons, you're staying up all night. If you were like me, I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning every day preparing, and I had to repent. I said, "Lord, I can get up at 3 a.m. to prepare a lesson, and I cannot get up at 6 and stay up and read my Bible." That's something. That's something. Yeah. And so by getting up early, by you doing what you do and going out the extra mile, it really gives us a sense of appreciation that somebody cares about us. It brings value to your job. And we live in an era where teachers just don't feel valuable. You know, that's why on my job, I tell them, "Don't touch my teachers. Have the union rep for the teachers, you know. I value you all because you all grow through so much and sacrifice so much, and you just appreciate it. And that's why we have to really appreciate each other. And when I see you doing something good, I go value. And when you're doing something bad, I can tell you, pull your son, I go rile you, you know. Also, by parents being involved, it helps parents feel happy and more involved with their children's education. Because parents say, "Oh, that's a good teacher. I can communicate to her and she can communicate with me." And guess what? When parents see you going the extra mile, they can feel happy, they can come involved. And that's the time you go and you ask that teacher for some things you all need in your classroom. You ask the parents for, "What are some things you all need?" Chart paper, what else? Markers, what else? Toys, what else? Sanitizer. So what you do, Ms. Ferguson, I just want to thank you so much for the interest you're showing in Johnny. Can you please assist me with this? Can you please assist me with that? Sound good? Yes. And research shows that families are the children's first teachers. And we talked about this before. We said that families support learning at home. They develop cultural and linguistic continuity between home and school. And they honor, you as teachers must honor diversity in families. Now, you know, sometimes some of us are holy rockers, right? And we see a Jezebel, we call it a Jezebel spirit, a Delilah spirit. What else come in the classroom? Hoochie mama, junglers. And because we like this, we don't touch, our feet don't touch the ground, we feel as if we shouldn't reach out or we shouldn't value. Should you be like that? No, I often say we need to see people through the eyes of Christ, the way Christ sees us. He sees us and he loves us unconditionally. And regardless what we do, what we say, or how we act, he still loves us. And so that's how you should deal with your parents. Yeah, they messed up. Yeah, if you sit down and hear their stories, but it's just like how God's love, now you're preaching now, that's me. God's love brings us to repentance, just how God's love brings us to repentance, just how it went by you extending love and support to that parent, brings change about. I always talk about this jungler parent. I live stream, so I can't really say all I want to say what I said. Parents. But this jungler parent I had, May. And May used to, you could smell the weed on her in the morning. And one morning I pull her in the office, I said, May, you're not always going to be sexy all the days of your life. You have to build a future, plan a future. That cannot, fill in the blank, cannot work for you all the days of your life. You got to do something with your life. Mom is, I said, you need to do something, go get a job. If you do the resume, I'll find a job. When she came to pick up the children, the resume is done. And I worked with her, and I worked with her, and I worked with her. Now she's one of the managers of one of the hotels. And on her status every morning is, Lord, I'm thankful, I'm blessed. It's something about God. And she will tell you it's because of Miss Hunter. She'll tell you that. Sometimes we have to be overlooked and be God's hands extended. So as teachers, I want you to welcome family cultures. Okay, you don't have to tolerate. You don't have to like it, but tolerate like how Christ tolerates. And it's our love, it's our actions that's going to change certain things. So at home, parents are more likely to partner with educators and advocate for their children when they can discuss their culture openly. I know in the Bahamas we have the Rastafarian movement where they don't believe their boys' heads should be cut, right? Yeah, we grew up in the British culture where we believe boys' hair should be what? Cut. But if you say it's Rasta, I cool with that. Just make sure the beanie on the boy and make sure it's cool and it's clean, right? It's dialogue, effective dialoguing, and just, accept it for who it is. And then children can have an enhanced brain development when they continue to learn their home language in addition to English. And Mrs. Carroll was right there. I was so amazed to see that in Trinidad, they have a dual language approach, Spanish and English is taught in the school. Why? Because at home, they have an influx of Spanish people in Trinidad. So research shows that when children are bilingual and by the age of 5, they can learn up to 7 languages. So encourage that. So how to communicate with parents? Yeah, parents just get on your nerve if you like those and that's how they're rude. A lot of them are rude and disrespectful and have no respect for the law, have no respect for the youth, and they don't have no respect for themselves. But is that true? But how do you deal with them? I often say the secret to it is firm but loving. Firm but loving. Keep your heels high and your standards high. And I found this approach to be the best approach. And it's called using the strength-based approach. Okay? I often tell a story about this. My last year of teaching, I just got tired of teaching. I just got bored because there was nothing else for me to do. And this parent, I always tell my parents in orientation, You're gonna hate me for the first 2 months and love me by December and don't want to depart with me by June. And this parent used to bring the boy to school late every morning, 10 o'clock. And one comes smelling high of, it wasn't cologne, and one disrupt my class. If I'm teaching, you want me to come give him his individual, you know? And I had to tell him it don't rock like that. And then I worked with the principal. We said at 9 o'clock, if your children are not in, we lock the class door and it doesn't open until break time. So he had a problem with that. And he called me big, black, and ugly. You're big with your bad shape and all this and all that. I said, keep it up, no problem. I still love you. And I was nice. I was, you know, he had an attitude. And you know when they mad with you, they try to stir up all the other parents to be mad with you, right? Keep it high. Keep your standards high. Keep your professionalism high. I tell people you'll never know if I hate you because I'm going to still show you love. And he was so mean to me, and when he was mean to me, I was nicer to his children and nicer to him. Every morning I found something to compliment him with. Every morning, or compliment him for. By June, and I told him, you know, I'm leaving. He said, no, you can't go. I said, I can't go. And you called me big, black, and ugly in September. But he sat there and cried. He said, who could take him? Because I not only looked after his children in preschool, at the other grade levels, you know, you could have called me and said, son, I ain't get to bring lunch. You could make sure my children's straight. You sure, you know, anything you could have called me for. And he cried. He said, my son, who could take care of my children? I saw the people in a big black and ugly. And he cried. The joke is what it is, right? To see where he stirred up the other parents, or me, tried to stir. He went and tried to stir up the other parents for me to stay. And I said, my season is finished. I have to go, you know? But he was really, really, really hurt. And he gave me this nice cologne when I left. And you know, I never used that cologne because I always wanted to remember him. So look at the strengths of your parents. Some parents are good at what? Begging and soliciting things for you. Some parents are good at organizing. Some parents are good at what? What are some things you need done in your classroom? Pardon? Learning materials, making things. What? Art, drawing, you know? So look at the strengths of your parents. I often say you learn that through the first week of your school. I often say I had a getting to know you form. So strengths, weaknesses, where you work, everything, where you live, everything. And I would look at that form, and as I needed what I need, I used to call, you know? So look at the strengths. Look at it through a holistic approach, okay? You know, some parents, this parent mad or upset about a thing, you can call this parent here to talk to that parent, right? To calm down. So remember that families are our partners in supporting in our children's development. They're not our enemies. We are in this together. They are the experts on their children. They know their children better than you, right? So what to do is, when you have a problem with their children, talk to their parents. And they always have something to contribute. I don't care if you come looking like May the first day of school. You know, they have something to contribute. When I needed things, gifts for my children, my jungler parents will make sure that, gifts for my teachers, my jungler parents used to make sure that she organized gifts for all of my teachers. So they have something to offer. It's your approach. It's your approach. You have to communicate with your children, with your teachers. With your parents. You can't, because they act stupid, you know? You have to keep being nice. Keep being nice. Think about how God is with us. When we let him down, does he fold up and cut us off? No, he keeps being lovely and nice with us. So let's move on. So family wants to help you. They want to lead activities for groups of children. What are some ways they can lead activities in your classroom? How can they help you in your classroom? How can they lead activities? Hold on.
So you can invite them to host devotions, or if we're having like a play day, you can help them to monitor the children. You can also have them read to the children. You can have them help you with organizing different events. So for example, if you're having, yes, say for example, Sports Day or Jamaica Day, you can, some of them might be creative. They can help to decorate the room, things like those.
Okay, very good. Okay, parents want to read and play with the children. And she said, y'all have the day of play, right? Invite your parents in. How many of you invited your parents in? Yeah, invite your parents in to play. Okay, you can read with them. You know, I don't know if you have a literacy week. During our literacy week, parents are allowed to come in to read with the children to the class. Do you do that? Yeah, bring them in. Bring them in, and then ones who's playing, keep nagging at them. You know, they'll get it. And they want to sit and observe with their children. You know why they want to sit and observe with their children? Because they can't believe how well behaved those children are in school in comparison to when they go home. Okay, so when parents and other family members have strong, trusting relationships, when parents and other family members have strong, trusting relationship with those who support them, they are more likely to actively participate in children's learning and development. Is that true? Is that true? Okay, so now we're going to do a little, I tell you all, just sit here. We are going to do a little role play. I need a parent and I need a teacher. Come quickly. A parent and a teacher, come. Parent and teacher, come. Okay, the two, let's go. Two y'all, come. Three, we can make it three. What time y'all stay, see? We can do two? Okay. Y'all didn't put the card up, that's why I know. Okay, so, who's gonna be the parent? Okay, these are two parents. Okay, now all that you learned, what I talk about, you learned some stuff, right? Yes. You learned something to use Monday morning? Yes. To get you some stuff that you need? Yes. You get better communication skills between you and your... Yes. Okay. So, the Christmas program is coming up. You know, we don't never have much money. I say teaching is a ministry, right? Okay, and we need these things, these costumes built. And you know, these ministry people that come set up the program and play distinguish. And because they know we always deliver, right? But they don't know the process we have to go through to deliver. So this is what you do. So teacher, you're gonna show us, turn around, you're gonna show them, you gotta look at the crowd now, come. What you're going to do to get what you need to get, you're going to tell them all you need, what you need to get their active participation, to get what they need to get the going good, to make sure we have a successful Christmas program so that the district superintendent, y'all have district superintendents, y'all have those, and the minister could go back and talk so good about your school when they know they don't put enough money in your school. But guess what? We got to look good. We got to shine because it's for the children and for the parents. Let's go. Hold on, Mike. Let's go ahead.
Good morning, Miss Newell. How are you today?
I'm not doing bad.
And Miss Williams, how are you today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Awesome. Guess what? You are aware that we have our Christmas pageant coming up. And Miss Newell, I know you are very good with decor, so I'm going to need your help to assist in all that area. And Miss Williams, I know you are so good with, meeting and greeting, so I'm going to ask for your help in that area. Is that okay with both of you?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is okay.
All right. So I think that there is a parent that I need to speak to. And that's Miss Carr, and she's very good with, you know, advertising and getting the parents to give the little funds that we are going to need to fund this event. Now, what ideas do you have for me, Miss Newell, to bring Miss Carr on board?
All right, so we're going to have to speak to Miss Carr. We know that she's busy. She's a teacher as well and a parent. So we're going to have to encourage her to take some time off from work, if it's even one day, to come and assist, speak with some of the parents and get them involved so we can get some fund for the event.
Thank you.
Awesome job. Give them a round of applause. So, what did you see going on there? Two-way communication. Very good. As teachers, you need to be able to communicate two ways regardless. You know what you need. Still do what you got to do. Communicate. What else? This is my favorite fan who followed me from last year.
Collaboration.
Collaboration. You got to collaborate to get what you want, right? To get it done. For an effective whatever, you have to collaborate. Let me get my friend who stuck me. Come. You got to pass this course. Let's go.
Strength. Unity together work.
We have to work together to get the job done. What else you saw? Support. And we also saw what? Teamwork. And we saw mutual respect, hey. The teacher came on in a nice, respectful, loving way. And if I come on to you loving and respectful, what they tell me, it's hard to tell me no. Because, I mean, they could tell me no, but it's hard to tell me no because I don't even hear no. I don't even hear no. Okay, it's the approach, okay? And they know I don't hear no. So, hold on, my friend has something to say.
There was English there and no native language.
Very good. She spoke very professionally. Very good. That's a big thing, you know. People treat you how you act and how you dress.
Teacher also highlighted the parents' strength so that, you know, they would want to show off what they can do.
Awesome. So it's important that you know your strengths of your parents, know about places in the community where you need to go to make sure achieve the objective that you have to achieve, okay? What else did you get from that little role play?
That regardless of each situation, teamwork always make it happen.
Very good. Teamwork makes it happen. It's the dream work. So the community plays an important role in early childhood education. I'm going fast. Shaping the experiences and development of young learners in several ways. Community is an excellent support system in that families, churches, educators, and local organizations create a network that supports, that nurtures children's growth. And what I like here is churches. We need to encourage parents to please take the children to church because we need that foundational, that spiritual foundation, okay? Community also provides learning opportunities. And we talk about what are some places in the communities that provides learning opportunities? Places like what? Pardon? Clubs, centers, community centers, the YMCAs, the park, cultural events provide hands-on educational experiences beyond the classroom because by involving them, you get to reinforce what you would have been teaching in the classroom all week, right? Okay, and lots of them only get that aha moment when they go there. So community involvement encourages social development. Interacting with diverse community members help children build skills, empathy, and a sense of belonging. It promotes an access to resources. Community programs offers essential services like healthcare, nutrition, and early intervention programs. And that's what I like, what we spoke about earlier. It gives the children a sense of identity, exposure to traditions, language, religion, values within the communities, and strengthens children's understanding of their identity. A strong, engaged community fosters an environment where children thrive, creating a foundation for lifelong learning and success. So the power of communities. Communities can be key learning resources for children. Okay, we already went through all of that. We're saying that communities and schools communities can bridge the gap between schools and neighborhoods. Okay, we already basically spoke about that. Two-way communication, inclusive practices, include parents and family nights, teachers, parent-teacher conferences, using social media. Remember I say use your class dojos. What are some ways we can involve parents? And include them. Which other ways? Talk to me. Speak up.
Good afternoon, everyone. The WhatsApp group is an excellent media where you're able to reach your parents, because even those parents who don't have a job, because of the different groups that you're a part of, you're able to take from that group whatever on the notice board and post on your parent WhatsApp group, so those parents are able to even get a job through that. So having that group is very, very good.
Very good. And guess what? You get to communicate.
To trust you. You build their trust. Understand? So they always know that they can always go to your school. The school is there for them. So it makes them feel extra special.
Very good, very good. And guess what? That WhatsApp group, you could put what's going on in your classroom. I know that this doesn't happen in Jamaica, because sometimes you will tell parents things and put things or give them letters, and what they say, well, that again, it don't happen over here. They say they don't know about it. You never tell them. What else they say? They don't have the time, but when you put it in a WhatsApp group, they get the communication, okay? So by building strong partnership, you're leveraging community partnership for extended learning and support, okay? I need your teachers to collaborate with community organizations for sponsorships. You all see all that money y'all get from Chase? Okay? You all see all that money? Okay, your local grocery store. What are some things some places around your community where you could ask, bum, beg, and borrow? What's some places? Your church? What else? Companies? What else? Pardon? Shops? Yeah, it's okay to ask. It's okay to ask. I think this is my first professional development in which I didn't involve my church people. They are always involved, okay? So, and that's what church is all about, right? Okay. Pardon? And there are other schools who would help. I often tell my teachers, you always work hard. I mean, you always work too hard, not smart. You work together for resources. If you use the thematic approach, if I did dogs last week, and if you did it last week and I'm doing it this week, what are we going to do? Share. But teachers don't like to share, but you have to learn to share. Okay? So in conclusion, when we invest in children, we invest in the what? Future. But no child grows in isolation, and no teacher grows in isolation. No man is an island. Strong partnerships with families and communities create support systems that enables every child to thrive. Educators, who I love so much, guess what? You play a pivotal role in fostering those connections, as it takes a village to raise a child, and you cannot do it alone. Thank you.
All right, nice. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Everyone, how was it? It was awesome. Any questions? Okay. Who is that? All right.
Okay, Miss Hunter, how do you help? How do you get to a parent, who doesn't read very well to help to develop their child or children?
Give me some nuggets. As an educator, see, she talking when I come down, she don't talk. Tell me so I can tell them. Hold on.
All right, so if you have a parent who is unable to read and to help the child, what you can suggest is that once the child comes home with work, you can advise them to ask their neighbors to assist, or you can encourage them that whenever the child comes home, just ask the child to tell you what they learned. Even if they don't understand, the fact that they keep doing it when you're consistent, and if every evening the child comes home and you ask them, what did you learn at school today? They will try to remember something that they learned to tell you. So you will have an idea that something is going on. And what I do with my WhatsApp group is that from time to time I send voice notes. So I realize that some parents are not able to read. I send voice notes. So probably what you can do is the topics that you're doing for the week, you can send it in like newsletters, because I do that as well. Or you can send voice notes. So the parents who cannot read, they will be able to listen to the voice notes and they will be aware of what is happening. So when they ask the child, what did you learn today? They can go back to the voice note and say, well, teacher said this is what she was going to teach. So you know that you're on the right track.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, so I just want to give this input here based on what Nikisha is saying. Sometimes as professionals, we see parents and the society at large are not fond of reading. So as educators, you need to develop strategies. So Nikisha mentioned about sending a voice note. Just as how Teresa spoke about saying to the parent, I am going to videotape you and send it for mommy or daddy to see it. And you tighten up your behavior. It's the same way you as teachers could create videos of children's activities and send it for the parents. Do a little portfolio, send it to the parents. Do, just like Nikisha said, the voice note, because we may not be a reading society, but yes, we will use our auditory senses to glean the said information, and we love to look at pictures.
Okay. That's my friend in the back here.
All right, so for me, sometimes we have to look at the bigger picture. So we have identified the problem, and yes, we would send the voice note, and that is just a tip of the iceberg. As teachers, we not necessarily are only there to facilitate the children. So we identify a problem like that. We do some research. Are there any reading classes that I can introduce this parent to? I don't want to stereotype this parent. I don't want to pick on this parent to say, all right then, I am isolating this parent. So I provide opportunities where this parent might not be able to do it now, but further down the line, with guidance, going to classes, whatever the case may be, I would have provided that support so that that parent would be from stage 1 to stage 2. So further down the line now, you send the message and you will realize that the parent would have eventually responded to it, and you say, oh, that means that that parent can now pick up 2 or 3 words out of the sentence and contextualize it and put together their response.
All right, just to enhance what Miss said, so instead of just reaching out to find out where reading classes are being held, teachers can facilitate reading classes in their own space. Why? Because parents would have already developed a bond and a relationship with said teacher, so it would be easier for them to, open up and to be taught by the teacher. And I like what Miss said about creating the videos. So even if it is that they can't come in person for the classes, it could be arranged for you creating the videos or doing an online class for said parent or parents.
Awesome. And what I wanted to add to it, once you realize that Susie's mother cannot read, yes, you quietly go and tell her, I noticed some things, can I help you? You find a place where she can go to learn how to read. But as teachers, I notice none of y'all in here, that's them over there. Y'all talk. Y'all talk people business. Y'all like to talk what's going on in there. You cannot breach trust and confidentiality, because once that's done, that's broken. So, loving, trustful, trustworthy, and we're going to be respectful, right? Because we want to reciprocate to them what we want back from them, okay? So thank you so much for answering my questions. I couldn't have done it better.
Yes, Miss Hunter, very creative. Get everybody else to do the work for her. Why not? All right, thank you so very much, Miss Hunter. We truly appreciate you coming and sharing with us. And we have learned so much. You reminded us of so much. And you have opened our eyes and caused us to just think again about how we interact with our families and how it impacts our children. We thank you again for being here with us. Everyone give her a big applause. All right, great. All right, sure. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are on to another break. We resume at 2:30. Just to let you know regarding evaluation, remember to evaluate, oh, you have it there. Remember to evaluate this session, but at the end of the next session, which is our final session for the day, which is also Good afternoon again, everyone. All right, so we are down to it, the very last session of the day. Yes, I'm going to stop at that. The very last session for today. And you've been having a good time. Okay, say it and shout it this time. You've been having a good time. Woo! Okay, good. All right. So this afternoon, we will be talking about nutrition. We did that yesterday, but we're going to talk some more about nutrition, all right? And of course, yeah, we're going to learn how to feed our children and ourselves right. So for our guest speaker, we have Miss Vanetta Nurse, and she is a dedicated nutrition and public health professional passionate about improving the health of the Caribbean population, especially children and adolescents. Her academic background includes a Master of Public Health, Health Education and Promotion from the University of the West Indies, Mona, and Master of Science in Public Health Nutrition from the University of Technology, Jamaica. In her most recent role as nutrition officer at UNICEF Jamaica, Vanetta leverages her experience to contribute to improving infant, young child, and adolescent health and nutrition. When she is not advocating for children's health, she enjoys nature at its best, writing, reading a good book, and raising a healthy 11-year-old daughter. All right, great. So help me to welcome Miss Nurse.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Great. I heard a lot of screaming before that everybody is fine. Are you fair to fine or fine? Wonderful, blessed, right? So this is your last session for the day. So, I'll try to keep it active. It's a long presentation. I'm sorry, but that's because I'm going through everything. From pregnancy, nutrition in pregnancy, breastfeeding, young child feeding, your feeding, the works, right? So I'll be speaking about nutrition as a foundation for health development and learning. And it's a standard, it's an ECC standard, right? So, next slide. Oh, I should be clicking, I'm so sorry. So just an overview, why good nutrition, children's nutrition in Jamaica, because we're having many, many problems, right, with nutrition. Breastfeeding, first foods, challenges, and some conclusions, what you can do, how you can make things better, how we as Jamaicans can all make things better. So why is nutrition important? So we can't grow if we don't eat right. We can't live, we can't survive, and that's just adults. Children's nutrition is even more important because that first 1,000 days is so critical, not only for their physical development, their brain is developing. Their brain builder centers as part of the ECC. And if their brain isn't developed properly at that time, it can be sometimes incorrectable. So you want to prevent any challenges in the first 1,000 days. And that first 1,000 days actually includes baby in the womb. It's from pregnancy to 2 years old. And the UNICEF and the WHO are even lengthening that. The first 5 years are critical, right? So challenges like that develop in this period can be irreversible. Many diseases are linked to an unhealthy diet. Name one. Anybody know any disease that if you don't eat right, chances are you're going to develop it? Diabetes, sugar, high blood pressure. Anybody either know somebody that, I won't ask if you have high blood pressure, but you know somebody that has high blood pressure? I do, because 1 in 3 Jamaicans have high blood pressure. 3 people sitting down beside each other, chances are one has high blood pressure or will develop it. 8 people sitting beside each other, one has type 2 diabetes or will develop it. And it's because of how we're eating, our lifestyle, you know, what is around us, what is available, what we can afford, and our habits from very young. I can't say that I used to eat very, very healthy as a child, but then I also used to run up and down a lot more. You know, things are different in terms of our children exercising, or are they at home on their tablets? You know, so our environment is different, and it's easier, prevention better than cure. Everybody agree with me? Better to start when they're young. So there's some evidence and some research here that show that children who get the right nutrition, first 1,000 days, more likely to not develop life-threatening disease. And I mean diarrheal disease as a baby, you know, asthma, allergies, later on in life, overweight, type 2 diabetes. Children who get better nutrition in the first 1,000 days, more likely will complete 4 more grades in school. Children who have better nutrition in the first 1,000 days go on to earn 21% more wages as adults. It's international, you know, evidence, and are more likely to be healthier as adults. And that's what we all want for our children, yes? So there are some of the benefits of good nutrition. Growth and development, appearance. Appearance becomes very, very important, you know, in the adolescent years especially. And then protection from illness and disease. And you can see the effects of poor nutrition, which I mentioned. Did you know that good nutrition is a right? A right. So every child has the right to good nutrition. In fact, every human being has the right to good nutrition and health. So the Convention on the Rights of a Child, anybody familiar with that convention? Right, it's the most signed onto convention in the world. Jamaica signed on to that convention, which means that, you know, state parties, governments, everybody has a duty to make sure that this right to nutrition is upheld. And that is what UNICEF does, right? So I'm going to show you a short video, 2 minutes, on the first 1,000 days of life.
The first 1,000 days of life is a critical stage of a child's growth and development. This stage begins from the time of conception up until the 2nd year of a child. It offers a golden opportunity for parents to shape a healthier and more prosperous future for their child. The first 1,000 days of life consists of 3 separate stages. The first is pregnancy. This includes the first 270 days of the baby inside the womb to birth. During this stage, a mother's nutrition is a matter of utmost importance. Mothers should drink iron and folate to prevent anemia and birth defects. It is important for mothers to consume adequately iodized salt. Iodine deficiency may reduce the baby's IQ by as much as 10 to 15 points and may also lead to low birth weight and stillbirth. A balanced diet including rice, meat or fish, green leafy vegetables, yellow fruits, and milk or egg products can help ensure optimum health of the mother and her child. The second stage is called infancy. This stage includes from the time of the baby's birth up to the first 180 days, or from 0 to 6 months. In the first hours after birth, the baby will be able to receive colostrum from the mother's breast milk. Colostrum is the baby's first vaccination and protection from life-threatening diseases. It can also increase the baby's IQ by 5 to 7 points. The final stage is the child's toddler years. This includes the next 550 days after infancy, or the baby's first 7 months up to his 2nd year. The baby can still continue to breastfeed during the toddler years. During this time, the baby is ready to take in semi-solid food. With proper care and nutrition, children can overcome and prevent life-threatening diseases, complete 4.6 more grades of school, and have healthier families during adulthood. Find out more in the first 1,000 days of life at 1000days.unicef.ph.
Great video, right? Everything that I said before was in that video. And that's what we want for our children. But what are we looking at in reality? In reality, Jamaican children face a triple burden of malnutrition. Malnutrition really means either over or undernutrition. So, children are overweight, more so than 20 years ago. But there are also children who are underweight, undernourished, or have micronutrient deficiencies, iron deficiency, anemia, for example. There's been an increase in overweight, 6% of children over 5. Under 5 are overweight, and 30%, 1 in 3 adolescents are overweight. Undernutrition, we still have stunting and wasting in Jamaica. Stunting means the child is too short for their age and height and age. Wasting means that they're too thin for their age. And we still have some of that, especially in some parishes. And then we have like anemia, iron deficiency anemia. 25% of ladies, women, girls, 15 to 75 have anemia because we're not getting enough iron. What we're doing is eating more unhealthy foods, displacing nutritious foods. Not because of, sometimes it's not our own volition. What is available? Going to the supermarket, what is available? What is affordable? What is convenient, right? So, and also low exclusive breastfeeding. Only 1 in 3 babies are exclusively breastfed up to 6 months of age. And breastfeeding is a low-hanging fruit, it used to be what I thought was something natural for women to breastfeed, but there's so many barriers for women, so many myths, so we have to go back to work. We're stressed out. There's no help at home. There's marketing of breast milk substitutes that tells us that formula is better for our baby than our own breast milk. So many barriers that women face, so we have low breastfeeding rates. Children aren't as physically active as they used to be, right? Should be getting 60 minutes of exercise. Is that really happening now? No, I don't think so. Right, so we're not eating enough fruits and vegetables, and we're having more foods high in fat, high in salt, high in sugar. So I'll stop right here for a minute and ask if there are any questions before I go into breastfeeding, pregnancy, and breastfeeding. Any questions so far? No? Clear as mud? All right, so I'll go into pregnancy and breastfeeding. So we spoke about why, well, you saw in the video, why nutrition is important during pregnancy. So pregnancy can be life and death. We know that. If we have conditions during pregnancy, can cause low birth weight, preterm birth, can even cause death in mommy and baby. High blood pressure as well, but proper nutrition supports the baby's growth and mommy's health. We know that we need extra calories during pregnancy. We're not eating for 2 though, but we need extra calories, extra protein, extra calcium, because the baby is growing inside of us. So we need appropriate weight gain and a balanced diet. Fruits, green leafy vegetables, whole grains, protein-rich food, healthy fat, and regular exercise. Yes, you can exercise during pregnancy, but under the supervision of your healthcare provider, safe depending on your pregnancy, if it's low risk, high risk, medium risk. Of course, prenatal vitamins. Everyone knows that iron and folic acid are important to prevent birth defects, low birth weight, preeclampsia, and then avoiding alcohol, tobacco, unpasteurized food, undercooked foods, because these can give you foodborne illness. So breastfeeding. Breastfeeding is the healthiest start for a baby. I know that some women cannot breastfeed because of medical conditions. So hospitals, healthcare providers will make exceptions there, right? But if you can, and safely do so. Breastfeeding, breast milk is the healthiest nutritional start for a baby because it has everything that the baby needs. The right amount of nutrients, immunity, antibodies, protecting your baby, helps mommy to get back to pre-pregnancy weight. It prevents depression. It helps you to bond with the baby. And babies who are exclusively breastfed, and exclusive breastfeeding means what? Anybody can tell me? Exclusive breastfeeding. Exclusive breastfeeding means you don't give the baby anything but breast milk for the first 6 months of life. I know, I've heard that you give the baby water because the baby needs water. A breastfed baby doesn't need water. Formula-fed baby might need water. A breastfed baby does not need water. I know sometimes the teas, sometimes the drinks or the porridges get introduced early. It's not needed. If the baby has a feeding problem, your doctor, the healthcare provider will help you. Breastfeeding is not easy. A lot of people think it comes naturally. Women should know automatically what to do, how to latch the baby, what to do if the nipples become sore, what to do if you're tired. It's not easy. But it's okay to ask for help. A lot of women need that help and need that support. And sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes the baby is not latching properly. Sometimes you are tired or your nutrition is an issue. So there are things that can be done to help mommy to breastfeed. And then we look at the benefits to mother's health. Decreased risk of breast cancer, decreased risk of ovarian cancer, and improve recovery after birth. So I mentioned about the exclusive breastfeeding, where you only give the baby breast milk for the first 6 months. The WHO recommends that as the baby is born, first hour, the baby is put on the breast, and then exclusive breastfeeding, first 6 months, continued breastfeeding for 2 years or more. And then at 6 months, you start the food from the family pot with continued breastfeeding. So I mentioned to you that only 1 in 3 babies are exclusively breastfed. And that's a big problem because the target is 7 out of 10 babies. And are we going to get there? Jamaica going to get there by 2030? Don't think so. It's 5 years from now. So what are the reasons for low breastfeeding rates? Anybody can think of something that you've heard about breastfeeding? There are lots of myths.
Some mothers are frustrated when the babies are not latching on. Others too are thinking that, because if I breastfeed, my breasts will be long and sag, and so they refuse from breastfeeding.
And your family also, they'll encourage you to give the baby formula because they're not getting enough from the breast.
I've heard those. I soon answer them. Anyone on this side? Anything you've heard or you feel about breastfeeding? Anything?
So I've heard that breastfeeding can cause one breast to be bigger than the other. Some people don't want to have that, so they don't breastfeed.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. The biting of the nipple. Anything else? Okay. You have a question?
I was saying that they want the breast to stay up equally.
Okay. I see it's a room full of women. So it's all right, we can talk. So I breastfed my baby. She's 11. I think I'm still up there. That's the first question. That's the first. I'm sorry, I hope you're not recording. But exactly, she's saying too breastfed, and look at that. The biting, it means that the baby is not latching properly. So again, you might need help, especially if it's your first child, right? A lot happens, you just discourage, you believe that you're not doing it properly, but get help. Ask a healthcare provider, go to the clinic. There are lactation consultants that you can ask as well.
Not only latching on, but sometimes the baby teeths early and they want to scratch their gums, so they scratch on it and they squeeze the nipple real hard. So some ladies don't like that.
I agree, but again, you need the help, right? When the breast becomes sore, you can put breast milk on it and it actually heals faster. Somebody mentioned about that it's not enough for the baby. So the baby's stomach is like this. They are always hungry and they will cry every time they're hungry, and you need to feed on demand. So it can appear. And when we do breastfeeding counseling, the counselors have stomach models so mommies can see how small that tummy is. Gets filled up, and maybe another hour the baby is hungry again because the stomach is so small. And it's a natural reaction for the baby to cry. Then they're hungry, they can't tell your mommy, I'm hungry. So a lot of us believe that we are not enough because of that. And remember, the formula is heavier. It has sugar, right? At time, so it has other things in there that's a bit heavier than the breast milk. So naturally, the baby might not feed as often, but those things are not necessarily good for your baby. I know maybe you haven't seen it, but recent reports about how much sugar is added to babies, right? So you're starting off, getting the child used to having lots of sugar so early. Remember another comment?
For me, when I was breastfeeding, when my son would cry, sometimes you're wondering if yes, is the child hungry? But then I started having a feeling within the breast indicating that yes, he is hungry.
Yeah. So the baby will naturally start rooting, right? And I guess, yes, sometimes you start feeling the pulling to say, it's time to, and remember you can express the milk. If it's hurting, if it's engorged, you express the milk and you can store it in the fridge and then give it to the baby after.
I was just going to say about expressing the milk. So, as a mother of 4, I love to breastfeed right up to 1 year. I had a lot of milk, a lot, could feed a whole lot of babies. And my breasts are equally okay, all right? So giving them, and I see where it helps their brain development. They're doing well in school and so on. And I enjoy breastfeeding. What I do is that when I breastfeed, after I finish breastfeeding and sleeping, I pump the milk and fill up 2 or 3 bottles quick. And if I'm doing something and probably don't want to breastfeed, like comfortable and so on, I could give them the bottle with the milk and fill them up quickly, go back to sleep. A child who breastfeeds sleep often. They don't wake up quick. They'll go to sleep, all right? So that's what I do. So probably, and I eat a lot and drink a lot. So a lot of milk comes, all right?
You'd make a good counselor. But yes, and another thing I found was the bonding. That relationship you hold in your baby, that bonding makes them feel so safe, right? So we would want to, we've been working with the Ministry of Health to really try to get the support for women, try to see how we can increase more women to breastfeed. So we have counseling groups in communities. There are baby-friendly hospitals. Did you know Jamaica has baby-friendly hospitals where if you have your baby at the hospital, they will teach you how to breastfeed. They'll check up on you at home. Not all our hospitals are, and I'll talk some more about that. And work is another major problem, you know, because, you know, you were talking about expressing. So when you go back to work, the baby can still have the breast milk. But if you're at work and you want to express that breast milk, where are you going to put it? Yes, you can have a cooler, but where are you going to express the milk? In the bathroom? At your desk? Are you going to get the break from work? Think about the women that work in wholesales. Are they going to get break? Some wholesales night, I'm not saying no, but women need breaks to be able to express. They need a safe, calm area because stress does affect your production, right? That's why a lot of women, after they go back to work, they find it difficult to continue breastfeeding, right? So that's another challenge that we have. I think we went through breast milk is not enough, right? And I spoke about the challenges in terms of the small stomach and that it has all the nutrients your baby needs. And again, if there are challenges and your baby has a particular challenge, your healthcare provider, don't ever be afraid to ask for help. And know that as women, we are mothers now. We should be able to do this. It does not come naturally for a lot of women, and that is okay. It's okay to get help. It's okay to ask for help. So limited of emotional stress, exhaustion, especially new mothers. Hospital and healthcare centers sometimes aren't supportive. The spaces to breastfeed, parental leave, I'll talk about that some more. Workplaces, families need to support women, men, husbands, partners. You're here in the room, some of you. You know, you can do some chores, let mommy rest and breastfeed, right? You can make dinner, you can take care of the other children. Women need the support, right? Yes, we are superwomen, but we also need a little support. Okay, and then promotion of breast milk substitutes. That advertising that tells us, yes, your baby will be smarter if you use this. Your baby will be more satisfied. All of that happens, and all of that gets into the psyche and discourages breastfeeding. And we see it everywhere. So what are we doing in Jamaica? The Ministry of Health is doing a lot of work, I must say. There's an infant and young child feeding policy, and they try to promote breastfeeding. We have just recently increased parental leave. So you know we have 3 months paid maternity leave and paternity leave of 20 days, which, you know, will help mommy, will help the family. We're trying to regulate this marketing of breast milk substitutes. It really is unethical, and women shouldn't be exposed to it. So we're trying to work with the ministry to regulate that. And then workplace policy. A lot of workplaces are supporting breastfeeding. I know some banks and some other institutions have breastfeeding rooms, but women need the time and space, as I mentioned. So breastfeeding breaks and private areas to store milk, education and more sensitization is important. And the baby-friendly hospitals. So these are the 8 baby-friendly hospitals. You know, take note of them. Huh? I didn't want to say it, you know. But not yet. Not yet, none in St. James. But you have St. Anne, Portland, St. Mary, Clarendon, St. Thomas, and St. James is coming. St. James is coming. Kingston and St. Andrew is also coming. They're coming, man, they're coming. St. Catherine is coming as well. So half. So the idea is to get all the maternity facilities, public hospitals certified as baby friendly. And what it will mean is that all the staff will be trained to support breastfeeding. You'll have breastfeeding rooms, you'll get the support and the education and everything that is needed. So I remember when I had baby, and I won't tell you which hospital, but they wouldn't allow me to bring in any nipple bottles, right? Exactly, they wouldn't allow you to, that is a baby-friendly hospital. You can't carry the nipple because it will discourage the baby from wanting your nipple. And other things within 1 hour, you know, I couldn't, you know, honestly, I'll share my story. It was 36 hours of labor. It was bad. So I was very tired, but the nurses and the doctors kept trying to get me to breastfeed, and that is what hospitals like these do. The first hour didn't work because I was too, you know, I was in surgery after, so I was tired. Half an hour later, they're trying again. Half an hour later, again. And it worked. And then the next day, they were teaching me how to latch. Yes, how to bathe your baby. They had whole education sessions. At 6 weeks, they come back, and it's more. How is the baby doing? Are you breastfeeding okay? Are you tired? Is the baby okay? All of that. And the support is necessary. There are also breastfeeding support groups, 53 of them island-wide. So it's peer-to-peer. So mommies who breastfed can help other mothers with any challenges, as I mentioned. And then the healthcare worker training. So we're working really hard on this. So here's some breastfeeding tips. I mentioned some of them. Proper latching to prevent sore nipples. Avoid giving the baby drinks, water, and other liquids. And then, of course, get help if you need it. So here is a breastfeeding tip. I chose the one about work because it is a challenge for a lot of women, and this is from the Ministry of Health.
A working mommy can continue to breastfeed. She should breastfeed as often as possible when she's with the infant and express breast milk for times when they are apart.
And there are many more tips. You can check with the Ministry of Health's website or YouTube to get, you know, other tips on breastfeeding. And what to eat. What's your name again? Moody. She mentioned that she ate a lot, but I'm sure she ate the right things. Yes, so plenty of fluids. Whole grains, vegetables. So whole grains, I mean, you know, oatmeal, brown rice if you can, whole wheat bread, not too many carbs, but the right kind of carbs. So our carbs are good carbs. So like yam, banana, cornmeal. That would have to be number one. Yes, cornmeal porridge, yes. I was saying something else, yes. Right, the carbs. So the complex, what we call complex carbohydrates, yam, banana, right? Sweet potato, the good carbs, not the sweet things, not the sugary things or things with too much salt. Protein and lean meats, and if you're vegetarian, the peas and the beans and tofu, low fat or fat-free dairy and healthy fats like pear, avocado, coconut oil, right? And try to choose foods and drinks with less added sugar, saturated fat, and salt. And you do need more calories when you're breastfeeding, but it's important to get the right calories so you pass on those right nutrients to your baby. And if you need more information, you know, I can provide it or you can look it up. Ministry of Health has some good resources. So I have a little quiz here. I don't have any much things to give away, but I can take your name if you get it right on the ECC. Can give me this. So, who wants to answer the first question? Why is breastfeeding important? Just 2 reasons.
I'm Renee Bogle. 2 reasons why breastfeeding is important. 1, it helps with brain development, and 2, it also helps to prevent some form of cancer in the mother.
I love that she remembered the mother, because we always say it's no longer about mommy when you have baby, but it is about both. So breastfeeding protects baby, breastfeeding protects mommy, right? You had a hand? You want to answer number 2? You had your hand up.
Hi, my name is Nardia Harding. Okay, breastfeeding helps create a bond with both the mother and the baby, and breastfeeding is all that the child needs.
That's great. So you guys don't clap when people answer right questions, because so we're looking at physical health, emotional health, right? And providing the right nutrients for the baby. So many benefits. Why we're not doing it more? So many benefits. Okay, number 2, how long should babies be exclusively breastfed?
Afternoon, everyone. All right, so it said that we should breastfeed for up to 6 months, but we can go up to 2 years.
2 years or more. Yes. Yes, so before I tell you the recommendation, let me see if this wonderful lady has anything to add. You have anything to add?
It's the same answer. You can go ahead. Well, they should be fed up to 6 months and more. And what I realize is that the child will be more healthier.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So yes, exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of life. So no other liquid or food for the first 6 months. At 6 months, what can you do at 6 months? Anybody? 6 months?
Good afternoon again. I'm Tracy and Thompson Moody. All right, for breastfeeding, as you said, 6 months and over, now a recommendation. We say that we should breastfeed over 6 months. However, I'm asking the government to extend the maternity leave to 6 months so that the women can, I will have more women to breastfeed, right? So we need a breastfeed, so extend the maternity leave. We stay a woman breastfeed. But when we get 3 months, what happens is that sometimes women get frustrated going to work. They say, oh, we got express, we don't have no area. We express the milk. So guess what? Formula comes into play. But if we were at home, we would just breastfeed. Don't it, ladies? All right, so 6 months for the maternity leave. You hear that, Prime Minister? All right.
I feel like you should come work for UNICEF. Yes. Yes, so the International Labour Organization says that women should get at least 18 weeks or at least 18 weeks of maternity leave, right? That is 4+ months. Some countries have 12 months. In Canada, 12 months, right? So yes, there's a lot of scope for advocacy for us to try to get it increased, right? The fathers, exactly. So it's remember that, when you see when you see people asking for that, you have a voice too. You can say, yes, women deserve this, women need this, or babies need this, right? And yes, so at 6 months, you can add food from the family pot. And I'll, go through some of that in the next section. Someone said cornmeal porridge, and then continue breastfeeding 2 years and beyond. That's the recommendation while the child is still eating foods, nutritious foods. How many baby-friendly hospitals? Wow. Everybody said the answer. Let me hear you. How many baby-friendly hospitals does Jamaica have? 8. Are there any in Kingston and St. Andrew? Any in St. James? They're coming. Any in St. Anne? Portland? Okay, all right. And more to come. Yes, you will see more because, you know, we're dedicated, and the wonderful officers at the Ministry of Health work so hard. The last hospital that was certified was St. Anne's Bay Regional Hospital. You know, the training is that you have to train all the staff, down to the groundsman, down to the security officer. It takes a long time, it takes a champion. And then they are audited, they are assessed, and then they get their certification. So listen out, if you see more hospitals certified, give them a big hand because it takes a lot of work and dedication. So 2 things that workplaces can do to support breastfeeding mothers. I'll take one from this side and one from this side. One thing that workplaces can do. First of all, where do you work, and think about what your workplace can do.
All right, my name is Tardia Williams. I work at the St. Joseph's Infant School. And I think they could provide like a breastfeed, not necessarily a breastfeeding room, an area for persons to express.
Yes. An area is very easy to do. A nice chair. If you want, you can add a hassock. Just a quiet area. A fridge. And if possible, a sink. If not, hand sanitizer, something where mommy can clean up. A mirror, so she can have a little dignity after, fix up herself and go back to work, right? That is very simple. We don't want bathrooms, or if you have a sick bay, for example, that can double up as a room for mommy to breastfeed. You just have to make sure that the storage, they have to have a fridge, you know, to store the breast milk. Think about it. Anyone on this side, what can a workplace do to support breastfeeding mothers? I want you to answer. Oh, somebody at the back. I know you know everything.
Good afternoon. I think that workplace could designate. I think that workplaces could designate as a child-friendly area where carry the babies to work, and the mother can take the time out to go and breastfeed the baby when it's time for breastfeeding.
I love that idea. Remember the clapping, everybody? I didn't mention that, you know, but that is so important. Daycares, child care, so that mommy can go and breastfeed her baby and go back to work. Remember, the bonding throughout the day is still important, right? And the continued whenever the baby is hungry. So that's an excellent idea. So we're going to move on now from breastfeeding to first foods. It's 3:28. Okay, I'm mindful of the time. I hope you don't mind, but first foods, complementary foods. So when a child reaches 6 months of age, breast milk alone can't suffice them. They're growing, they're sitting up, they're trying to talk to you, they're laughing, smiling, everything, crawling. So they need more nutrients, different nutrients, but they still need breast milk. What different nutrients? So their nutrient needs between 6 months and 2 years is greater than any other time in life. The only other time that probably rival it is adolescence, right? When, you know, the body is really changing, and those nutrients are very different. But it makes children in this age group very, very vulnerable, so we have to take care. Children need dietary diversity. They need a wide range of foods from the different food groups to be able to grow and survive and thrive. So this is a heavy slide, but what do they need? Breast milk, still, grains, roots and tubers, legumes, nuts and seeds, dairy, foods from animals, Vitamin A, the yellow foods are so important at this stage. Yellow foods. Vitamin A rich, so the carrot, the mango, the green leafy vegetables, pumpkin, orange, sweet potato. I remember pumpkin is the thing I started out with at 6 months. So I had this little canister, like a thermos, and everywhere I went, it was me and crush up food. Everywhere. My daughter didn't eat from anybody on the road until she was almost 2 years old, because I used to just cook and crush up. I had a blender. If I cook rice, it blend up, and she have her food to carry on the road if she's going anywhere. But the yellow foods are very important for eye health, brain development, especially in this time, and other fruits and vegetables. But UNICEF, we did a survey in Jamaica and found only 1 out of 3 children in this age group are being fed the variety of foods that they need. So what are we feeding them? What are we introducing? Someone said it. We're introducing chips, bag juice, Lasco. No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't call any brands. But replacement foods, right? Like that. Full of sugar, full of salt, right? Early introduction of unhealthy foods. Even before 6 months, sometimes we do that, right? We have to try to do better. So look at the nutrients. Look at the nutrients, the healthy sources, and what they provide. Carbohydrates, you do need sugars, you know. Nobody is saying that you don't need carbohydrates because it gives you energy, but it's the source that is the problem. It's the moderation that is the problem. There are many people that drink, for example, a sugary drink with every meal and then 2 in between. In the morning, you have, and sometimes the fruit juices are full of sugar, just saying. In the morning, you have 1. And then you have 1 on the way to work. And then you have a soda with lunch. Then you have a next one. And then you have tea in between that you add sugar to. And then in the night, you have some more with dinner, right? All of that, you can end up just having like 56 teaspoons of sugar in one day. So you need a healthy source of carbs, the fruits, the grains, right? Also, I mentioned them, the staple foods, so like the yam. That's a source of carbohydrate, you know, brown rice is a source of carbohydrate. And it provides energy and fiber. Protein from lean meats and beans. The healthy fats are there that you need fats. You do need fat because it helps to give you energy. It protects your organs, helps you with growth. Right? And it helps you to absorb some vitamins. You need the fats, but the source, right? So avocado, flaxseed. Anybody uses flax? That's a good source, a healthy source of fat. Water is very important. Our body is made up of 90-something% of water. It carries waste from our body, regulates our temperature. Vitamins and minerals, healthy hair, nails, teeth, fights disease, and basically minerals are needed for every process in life. So we need every food group. No food group is bad unless the source is bad and unless we're not having things in moderation. So I'm sorry for the size of this, the text, but I'll try to go through it. Introducing the solid food. So 6 to 12 months, you can introduce the food with continued breastfeeding. So introducing food after the baby is breastfed or between breastfeedings, right? And introduce 1 food at a time. And somebody said it, you start with porridge, thick porridge, please. It must stay on the spoon, right? Not thick enough to choke the baby, of course, but thick. If it's runny, the nutrients are gone. You've watered it down, right? So thick porridges, and later you're going to start mashing up the food, crushing up the food, the staple food. I always say you gradually add fruit and vegetable, but, you know, this is not scientific, but I started with vegetables. Because the fruit's sweet. Once the baby start tasting that fruit, that's all they're going to want, the fruit. It tastes good. But if they start getting, that's why I started with the pumpkin. They start the vegetables first, and then you introduce the fruit. So they get the taste of the vegetable and start liking it. And then no honey until the child is 1 year old, right? How much? 2 to 3 tablespoons twice a day, because the baby's stomach is still small, and then gradually increase. Protect against choking, so crushing up the food, mashing up the food, washing your hands before preparing, and washing baby's hands too, because they're crawling around now, touching everything, touching their mouth and their face. Learning the hunger signal. So the hunger signal is different from the baby because they start putting their hand in their mouth or they're crying. And then starting that habit with sitting with your child at mealtime. That is so important, if you can. Not always possible, but it really helps with the bonding again, and then being patient. Sometimes the child don't like a certain food, but you can put in a food that they like, mix it. Some women add breast milk to the food, right? So they're tasting the breast milk that they like, and then they're eating this other food. So you have to be creative and patient, and don't say, oh, them not like that. Just keep going, because that food is healthy. That is important. And then if you're having challenges, again, getting the help that you need. 1 to 2 years, continue breastfeeding, but then you're going to add more foods, chopping the food up. Children are visual, so getting really creative, increasing to about 2 full cups of food 3 times a day, adding healthy snack, so not the chips and the sodas, but healthy snack. At this point, the child will start feeding themselves. But then you're going to monitor the quantity. So again, moderation. Child should have 3 full meals and 2 snacks if you can, but the moderation, and then watch for food allergies. So I think around this age, you start seeing, and even at 6 months, just watching to make sure that whatever food you're giving the baby or the child, look for, a lot of children have peanut allergies now, or wheat allergies, or milk allergies, but just looking to see. That's why you're adding, at the beginning, at 6 months, 1 food at a time will kind of help you understand if there's an allergy. If you see a reaction, oh, that food is, and you talk to your doctor. As the child gets older, they start to be more vocal about the foods they want, but if you had tried to introduce the healthy foods from before, you'll find that the habit continues. They want the healthy food. 3 meals a day, 2 healthy snacks, and you're going to do monitoring and protecting against the choking hazards as well. And this is a good time as they start going to school now to talk to the child about healthy foods, because when school comes into play, everything around the school is not always healthy. What the friends are bringing to school and eating is not always healthy, and the children start making their own choices at this, no matter what you tell them, Gone to school, something else happens there. So talk. The best thing we can do is talk about it at home so that they carry the habit to school. Right, this is what I was mentioning, that children start eating outside of the home. So your behavior, your advice, what you do at home becomes very important as they start reaching out more, they start going out more. So you want to limit the sugar. Sugar is a big deal. Candies and chips. And the juices sometimes, as I mentioned, just be careful with juices. I'll show you how to read the nutrition label today. But juices sometimes don't have any fruit. Sometimes it's sugar and water and coloring, but it's called a juice. So it's, it's not always the healthier option. And remember, if you can also meal prep. You can also prepare the juices. You know that you blend up mango and papaya and you make lemonade at your house. You know what's there. You know what goes into it, right? So there are those options. So how much sugar? I mentioned that sugar is in a lot of things. You know, bread, ketchup, sauces, everything. And we've developed a taste for it. We like it, you know. It makes us feel good. There are studies that show that it's actually an addiction, especially if it starts very young. So 4 grams of sugar is 1 teaspoon of sugar. So on the nutrition labels, you'll see grams, you'll see milligrams, milliliters, always very hard for people to understand those. But you understand a teaspoon. You know, when you have your tea, you put 1 teaspoon of sugar, 2 teaspoons of sugar. So I always say, this is the way I remember it, 4 grams, 1 teaspoon. You remember that? 4 grams, 1 teaspoon. How much sugar should a child have? Less than 6 teaspoons a day. So let me qualify. Children don't need added sugar from foods that are in a bottle or a bag. They don't need added sugar. They can get all the carbohydrates they need from food that is cooked. So rice, there is yam, banana. Those things have the energy that they need. If they're getting added sugar from sodas and elsewhere, it should not be more than 6 teaspoons of added sugar, right? Avoid serving food and drinks with added sugar to children under 2 years. So I mentioned introducing these things very early is very dangerous. So a group that we work with did a survey. The average fruit juice in Jamaica, the one on the left, has 14 teaspoons of sugar. Remember, I said 6 teaspoons per day. As an adult female, you shouldn't have more than 6. As an adult male, you shouldn't have more than 9. 1 drink has 14. And this is not include, you're still eating other sugars. You're going to have your dinner. You're going to have a snack. 1 drink. The average soda, 17 teaspoons. That is just average. The ones that have flavors, ginger, lime, they have more. Some have as much as 24 teaspoons because more sugar is needed to mask the taste of the ginger and the lime. Like a small juice like that, if it's a bag juice or a small child size, already 5 teaspoons average. And then flavored water. I see a lot of flavored water in here. I soon ask somebody, anybody have a flavored water? Flavored water? No? They can have as much as 9 teaspoons. Yes? I soon come for it. They can have as much as 9 teaspoons. It's the lesser of the evils, let me say. But, it's a lot. So moderation. Nobody is saying don't drink it at all. But 2-3 a day, it's too much, right? It's too much. So we have to watch. We have to be careful what we're eating and we're giving our children. So here are some helpful tips. Decide which foods to buy. Choose wisely. Be mindful. Use the nutrition facts panel. So the nutrition facts panel is that square at the back of drinks, foods, that tell you calories, it tells you fat, sugar, salt, vitamins, minerals. It is not mandatory in Jamaica, which means not everything has to have it. Not all foods have to have it by law. But there are a lot of companies that put it there. So when it's there, use it. Right? Increase the nutrients you need and consume them in greater amounts. So I'm going to teach you now how to read the nutrition facts panel. Remember I said that 4 grams of sugar is 1 teaspoon. 2,300 milligrams of salt is 1 teaspoon, and salt is another. Sometimes you eat something and it has the whole Caribbean Sea in it. And people love salt. People love salt, but you're only supposed to have 1 teaspoon of salt a day. 1 teaspoon. We are having a lot more than that because it's in everything. So how we're going to read the nutrition facts panel. So if you have a bottle or I brought the bad snacks for you. These are the snacks we don't want to give our children, right? These don't have nutrition facts panels, unfortunately. But if you have a bottle or juice or anything, I found this one, so I don't know if anybody wants to take it from me. Anybody want to look at the panel? Okay, if you have a bottle, you just follow along with me. So you'll start at the top. If you have it, you can let me know. So you see the word nutrition facts on the bottle, yes? So you start at the top, you see serving size, right? But you don't have to look at that one. Servings per container. It says 1 or 2. What does yours say? What does yours say? 1 servings per container. 2.5. What does yours say? Okay. Anybody say 1? 1 package. All right. Then you check the calories. How much calories you're seeing? 190. Usually like a drink has about 190 to 250, right? You remember you're supposed to have 2,500, average 2,500 calories. You put on weight when you are consuming more calories than you're letting out. So if you're having more than, you're eating, but then you're not physically active, but you're having more than the 2,005, you're going to have an imbalance. So if you have 250 calories with 1 drink, that is 1/4 of your calories right there. That is, you have to run for about 3 miles to burn off 250 calories. Just saying. It's very hard to outrun a bad diet, so you will end up maybe consuming more than you expend. Then you look at let's take the sugar. So, how many grams of sugar is in your bottle? 19 grams. How many grams of sugar is in the bottle, the orange bottle? 45. How many servings is in your bottle? So that means that it's not 19 grams, it's 2.5 times 19 grams in the whole bottle. Because you're going to drink the whole bottle 1 time. So the total grams of sugar is 19 grams multiplied by how much servings is in the bottle. Because all the information about fat, sugar, protein is only for 1 serving. So 19 times 2.5, somebody calculate it, quick. And you can do the same with yours. The orange bottle, if it has 25 grams, the whole bottle is 25 times 2.5. 47.5 grams. 4 grams is 1 teaspoon. So how much teaspoon is 47.5? 47.5 divided by 4. Around 15. No, 12. 12 teaspoon in 1 bottle. How much teaspoon of sugar you put in your tea? You put 4 teaspoons of sugar in it. So 12 teaspoons is in 1 bottle. That is a lot of sugar. You wouldn't be able to drink that if you put it in your tea. It's going to be so sweet. But because, depending on the size of our, that's right. You have more water in it, right? Right. But if you're already having 12 teaspoons and you're only supposed to have 6, you're doubling up how much you should have in 1 drink. And that is a problem. Excess sugar turns into fat in your body, and it goes in all the places you don't want it to go, including around your heart. Well, if you have more fat on your belly, it does signify that you're at higher risk for other diseases, heart disease, diabetes. But you can be slim and still be at risk because it's in your arteries, it is in your heart, it is in your liver. So the excess is the problem. And the same thing on that side, right? So I hope you will look at the label now and read and look at the amount of sugar and just take note. And you want to have more. So when you look at the percentage at the side, the sugar and the salt, 5% or less is good. For the vitamins and minerals, 20% or more is okay. But you see that part, the nutrients of concern, the sugar, fat, and salt, 5% or lower. That's what you're looking for. So this is a video from the Ministry of Health, a promotional video encouraging you to read the nutrition facts panel. We can turn it up now. It's a nice song.
Check out the servings, just do the maths, not taking too much, figure below the facts. So on the nutrition facts, it there in the table by the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats, 5% or less, you're on the right track. You feel zoom in on the nutrition facts, it there in the table by the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 20% and more that good for you. You feel zoom in, check the nutrition facts. You feel zoom in, check the nutrition facts. You feel zoom in, check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You feel zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and Japanet.
What percent are you looking for? 5 or less. And what are the nutrients of concern? Sugar, 3 of them. Salt, sodium, fat, yes. So I'm just going to do some quick tips for teaching a child how to eat healthy. No question? Big.
So I think that they should get it more bigger at the back so that you can see what you're eating.
You see, when people like me say things like that, it's hard to listen because I'm the converted. But when people like you say it, people have to listen, right? For years, we've been advocating for bigger nutrition, for the nutrition facts to be on everything, for the bigger. There is this label that we're trying to get onto the products from a long time called the front of package warning label. So what it does, the whole nutrition facts, it kind of converts it. And if the product is too high in fat or high in sugar, at the front is a black octagon that says high in fat, high in salt, high in sugar. You don't have to interpret it, it's not small, but it's there. But you know, there have been challenges in getting that passed in Jamaica, but we keep working on it because, as she rightfully said, people need to know what they're eating. So keep talking and keep doing what you're doing because you, as I mentioned, you have a voice as well. So here are some tips on how to teach a child to eat healthy. Many of you know them, these tips. So don't give junk food as a reward. You know, I know that is I experienced that all the time as a child. But you can do other things, right, as a reward. You don't want to teach children that they're in competition for food. You know, say, oh, I'm going to take you to the park, or I'm going to give you a new phone, but no. You know, other things. You can do other things to encourage them to excel in their academics. But don't let it be that they're doing it for junk food. It would be good if we could turn off the devices while eating. and make eating more of what it used to be, a family meal, a family setting, an opportunity to share with your family. Make healthy snacks and beverages, and you can include your children in preparing the snacks and beverages. A lot of parents grow them in their backyard and teach the children how to do that so that they understand healthy foods. They develop the skill of cooking healthy foods as well, and make it engaging and fun so that, you know, children don't think healthy food is a punishment and junk food is a reward. Some more tips. Small changes can be really, really helpful. So frying chicken is not healthy all the time, but you can jerk the chicken, you can grill the chicken, you can roast the chicken. Those are healthier ways of preparing meals. Frying fish, steam the fish. Right? Steam the fish with some okra, some carrot, and some pumpkin. You're including all the vegetables and you're preparing the food in a way that it's healthier. That's a small change. Instead of using salt, what happened to your fresh herbs, your scallion, your thyme, your garlic, your onion? You know, use those instead of always adding salt to the food. I blend up my seasoning and keep it in the fridge. So you just use that. You know, and it's a way of just changing your habit, small things. Watch for the hidden salt. There's salt in ketchup, sauces, bread. Honestly, you can look at the ones that have less. There are some products that have less salt, less sugar. So you can look for those. Look on the label to see if the food is reduced salt. It may not be far reduced, but it's still reduced. Right? Make it fun, try different food, texture, colors, if you can. The problem is that unhealthy foods are sometimes convenient, and we might, as mothers and fathers and families, need to start meal prepping, getting creative, but it is, in the long run, it's for our own good. Right? I remember asking how much dialysis cost. And, you know, diseases like type 2 diabetes, cancer, even high blood pressure can broke you. They can. You know, you can end up in a situation where you cannot pay for your health care. So the point is that these small changes can prevent all of that. Encourage healthy snacking, you know, home prepare meals. Try to home prepare meals more often and choose healthier foods. And then alternatives. A lot of people ask me, lots of parents ask me, so what we're going to give them to drink? They don't like water. Water is the best option. Unsweetened milk is also a good option. Some children don't like that, but you just try. I remember when I used to first send my daughter to school with water, a big igloo of water, she would drink a little. And now, yes, it's been years, but that's just because I've been sending her every day. She finished the water and come and tell me that, Mommy, guess what? I finished the water today. You have to be patient with it. Don't say, okay, I'm going to give you the soda just because. Just keep going at it and the habit. And you be the example. You drink the water. You show them how it's done. And children pick up on everything that you're doing. Or when you think they're not listening and they're not watching, they are seeing everything. So you be the role model. There's also infused water. So if your child likes a fruit, if they like watermelon, you can have a jug of water, cut up the watermelon in there and put it in the fridge overnight. It will take all the nutrients and the flavor out of the watermelon. Won't be sweet, but they'll taste the watermelon. You can do it with lemongrass. You can do it with oranges. You can do it with Jamaican apple. Try it. You can freeze it into ice pop, and they'll have it. And then unsweetened, like you blend up your fruits, the fruits that they like, or the fruits in season, and you help them to do it. I have 5 minutes. All right, so these are some examples of healthy snacks: nuts, peanut butter and crackers, fruits, and I'm sure you can think of many others. Exercise is important as well. Children less than 1 year old should have about 30 minutes of activity, crawling, playing around. 1 to 2 years, 180 minutes. And then 3 to 4 years, 60 minutes of vigorous exercise. They're starting to run up and down and be more active, spread out throughout the day. Should I do the quiz? Or I'll skip the quiz. All right, some of the things that we have challenges with is the unavailability of healthy food. Marketing of food also influences children. So you'll see ads, for example, during Saturday cartoons or sponsorship in school. Your child may come home with a book from, a fast food company, but that also influences the child, what the child wants. And eventually they'll ask you for it as well. Poor food labeling that I mentioned before. And I'm concluding, adequate nutrition in pregnancy, early childhood is a foundation for health, development, and learning. And all children have this right. This right must be protected, respected, and fulfilled. We all have a role to play. You can support, promote, and protect breastfeeding. Miss Moody, I'm talking to you. Number one, be the voice of change. You can advocate for better policies, better labeling, breastfeeding rooms, daycares at school, increasing the maternity leave. You can promote restrictions in your school in terms of the unhealthy food. And at home, prepare healthier meals, make healthier choices, use less fat, less salt, less sugar. Remember to read your labels, offer the healthier options, and be patient with your children, and be a good role model. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miss Nurse. Obviously, we needed some more time. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree? Yes, because there's so much more that we could learn from Miss Nurse as she tried to enlighten us. Not just tried, but she did enlighten us on, healthy eating, how to read our labels. And I learned some things today, and boy, I used to hear about all this sugar business, and that was the first time I'm actually fully understanding how to read the label and to understand how much sugar we have been taking in. And you're there, you're trying, and you're saying, why am I diabetic? I've been avoiding sugar, I've been avoiding salt, and why am I hypertensive and all these things? And we don't realize that we're eating ourselves to death. Right? So we thank you so very much. It was truly, truly comprehensive, something that we have been missing for a long time. So Miss Nurse, I would like to, on behalf of everyone here and those who are also listening online and those that will eventually listen, watch and listen, we thank you so very much for your wealth of knowledge and for bringing it to us in a down-to-earth way that we can understand. Thank you so much. All right, so we shall be healthier, yes? All right, great. Everyone, remember to do your overall evaluation. Don't miss out on that. So, is me have it? I'm so sorry. I'm the one who has it. Thank you, Ms. Nurse. My sincerest apologies. I have it over here, so arms up like, say, it can help me. All right. Oh, sorry. All right, ladies. Any gentlemen? No? Ladies, have yourselves a good one. See you all tomorrow, maybe. And have yourselves a great weekend and back to school on Monday. All right.